Dad Monday. A Dad Monday kind of surprised. I mean, how could you not? Right? It was... I was like, I thought I was out, and then it pulls you back in. No, we're not going to be staying for long, I don't think. But there was so much that happened. Yes, no's, guys. Everyone stop. Everyone stop. How is mic volume for everybody? Is it too loud? Okay, so let me say this. It's getting hot. The mic seems a little loud. Okay. The mic seems a little loud? Because if I put my cans on... One second. Because I changed no settings. There's no settings changed. It was just a different headphone. Maybe I was talking louder? Maybe... I don't know. I was trying to avoid having the big can headphones on as we get into the summer seasons. Origami, you should be studying for finals, young man. Sir Lansom is here. Origami's got finals tomorrow and Wednesday, and then a day off on Thursday, and then a full day on Friday for some reason. Doesn't make any sense. Good evening, Two Hands. Good evening, Two Hands. Are you back yet? Are you still abroad? I wonder. Less humidity in the room, electrical gremlins everywhere. Says who? Okay, wait, before we move on though, does the mic sound any different now? No, those are in 2 weeks. Does the mic sound any different now? I was talking maybe a bit louder because these go in my ears. Sounds the same. It's no different. Maybe the music was quieter? Maybe if I make the music louder. I'm gonna put these back in. 1 second, okay? 1 second. Hi, Luke. I can't hear anything. I don't want it to sound too loud, but also it's tough. It's tough. Getting into the warmer months. I still have a toque on, for goodness sake. It's been like 104 degrees in San Diego for the past like 2 weeks. And it's just finally like growing season here in Toronto. We got squash and beans and peas and tomatoes and Brussels sprouts. Maybe you were talking louder. I was excited. Seems a little more even with the music now. I think the music was quieter too, because in these... Mouse, same brother. Guys, it's a two-person show. It's a two-person show. Unlike other things that are 120 people shows that are still somehow more of a shit show, right? More of a shit show. Hey, Kalingo Restorov, how are you? There's so guys, all the flags. We're coming up on 12 bloody months. It's been horribly humid here with intermittent rain. Feels like I'm in a jungle. I miss my 15 degrees Celsius back home. How long are you staying for, Two Hands? Hopefully you get more chances to enjoy good Czech beer. Happy Monday, guys. Welcome in. Hope you had a nice weekend. I want to make sure before I go on. Oh, I wrote it in a message above. A few more days. Now the vacay part. I see. Oh, you start with the vacation? That seems weird. Imagine going somewhere for work and you start with a vacation and then you have to work. Now, sometimes the schedule is what the schedule is. I returned from bird work. Hello. Many video game this weekend. Yeah, so many. I recently stumbled across this guy on YouTube Shorts. He makes it his mission to turn as many Lego sets as possible into the Millennium Falcon. Life is long, right? Life is long. I have no judgment for how people choose to spend their time. I have no judgment. Zio is work gang. How are you, Zio? I've done that before. How many Millennium Falcons have you made, Mateo? Life is long, but Maddie hasn't been alive for that long, right? So where do you find time, Mateo? Where do you find the time? I went to Scotland for work and decided to go a week early to play as much golf as I could. He's super creative. Yeah. That's nice. Scottish golf is hard. It's all like links style courses, right? It's all very long and windy. Golf in Scotland, I've never played golf in Scotland, but I imagine it's kind of more like open air bowling than it is like moonshot you know, golfing, you know, and windy and rainy, very difficult. Yes. All the sea air. I imagine it's gorgeous. It's getting warm and warmer. Parker the leggy boy. Charlie, it just started winter for me. Yeah, I remember you said that Melt was putting on some of the winter gear. Or it was colder for Melt where she was back home. But maybe it's just finally winter where you are? In Aussie land? Do you ever get a chance to go back home, Charlie? What's your schedule like? Warm and warmer, Lamau. We moved the date up by 2 days so we could get Sunday and Monday off. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, do what you like. Crazy the Earth is round and has a tilted axis. Crazy that the Earth is actually, the whole solar system is just rocketing through space, right? We like to think that it's just kind of like sat there going, but no, the whole thing, we are absolutely blasting through space, which is just really weird to think about. What, man? This is what you know what? Me and my crew were all talking about the Not Like This video in our Discord. We're gonna get to it. We have to. I mean, I was so excited to get in because I was like, this is like, it's a feast, right? I'm always blasting through space as well. Snap. No comment, Nap. DK is here. How are you, DK? Not Like This is video. Corporate deceivers. How Iron Mace failed. Dad players. False promises, greed, control, bad design. That, I mean, that doesn't get much more gut punchy than that, right? I try to go back to NZ every second year. Nice. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Yikes drama. Okay, what is? We're here now. What is the list? I love Mondays. I've got this vision where Mondays just turns into more of like, well, I mean, there's always going to be games, right? I'm a gamer. We're all gamers. But not having to rush through the yapping portion because you guys are all hilarious. Arc Raiders Friday, maybe? Ooh, maybe. The more I do this, the more I get to know you guys, the more we get to know each other, the more attracted to just yapping I get. I've said it before, wholeheartedly, Origami says, another young man who has just an excellent vocabulary. I saw Origami start a Discord post. He said, let me preface this first by saying, ... It's like, what? I feel like I didn't learn words like that until I was like 28, right? He's ahead of his time. I just like the idea that it's just like a chat room. It's kind of, maybe it's a selfish thing, right? But like, that's, in my heart of hearts, I kind of grew up in like the chat room era of like internet 1.0, and I like it a lot. But like I said, I've said it before, I'm really bad at typing, and so if I can just talk and everyone else, yeah, but I just talk at the chat room, it's a dream come true. Origami brain. Yeah, many folds, many wrinkly folds in that origami brain. I think the issue with the video is that he gets one or two things wrong and the whole video gets discredited. Aha. Okay, so we'll talk about this. Should we just jump into it now? We're gonna do a news yap. We're gonna do a main event. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna have an intermission. We're gonna change it up. This is the I Love Mondays, right? This is the I Love Mondays format where we do a news update. We have a main event. We have an intermission. We change it up. But perhaps the news of the day. The news of the day first is the video in question. Music a touch loud. Thank you. It was up at 42. I'll bring it back down. When it was too quiet, my mic seemed loud. It's hard to get it right. SDF called his brain spaghetti smooth. Let's be honest, it's what the people want to hear. This is the video in question. I watched the whole thing. I watched the whole thing on 1x speed. That's how you know I was committed. I didn't rush through it. One Peg just dropped a counter video about an hour ago. I'll have to catch up on that. Let me give you my thoughts on this. I think the video was interesting, and I watched the whole thing. I took it seriously. I was a big fan of Not Like This's Joe's content back last summer. I think he did a lot of good for the game. He seemed like he had really good takes on the game design, on like the trajectory of the game. We saw eye to eye in a lot of ways. And so I was very interested when this came out, right? I felt like there was a big mix of legitimate complaints and issues about Iron Mace with a lot of negative personal opinions and conjecture. I felt like the issue to me is the video was framed as a kind of investigative journalism, but it felt more like character assassination and kind of a rehash of old news, old drama, right? In my opinion, Iron Mace deserves to have their bad decisions, their broken promises, and their horrible management called into question. I totally believe that. The company has fumbled a massive opportunity and has disappointed tens and tens of thousands of people, right? That, like, full stop. And a big part of that video was doing that. And it would suck if there was a shady cabal of streamers led by Soma that were gatekeeping success and were printing money on a weekly basis. But I don't think that's happening, at least to some outrageous degree anymore. Maybe that was the case last summer during the first ever Twitch drops, right? I don't know that much about Twitch. I don't know that much about Twitch drops. I don't know how much money's on the table. I don't know anything about streamer management. I don't know anything about the relationships there. I just don't think that it's that big of an issue, right? At least anymore, which is good, right? Too long didn't read. I think this video was a missed opportunity to focus on or call out Iron Mace for being shitty by muddying the water with some half-baked personal attacks. I feel like that's kind of what it felt like. It was like these kind of half-proven, like identified personal attacks on top of very legitimate critiques about the game, the studio, etc. Also, and maybe this is a hot take, this is the last thing I'll say, Twitch drops. More people viewing your stream for more drops, more ad revenue, potentially some will stick around as an increase to your audience. Yeah. I should sell Clippy services to all the streamers for... No, you gotta aim higher, Clippy. 35%. Start there, so at least then you can negotiate down to like 20%. You start at 35%, you point to this stream and say, look at the value I deliver. Look at what I do for this guy. This guy's a schmuck, and I make this stream something legitimate. I could do this, but better for you, and I'll take 35%. And they're like, that sounds interesting, but 35 is way too much. And you're like, you know what? I think you, streamer, stand out among the competition. I think you are special. I'll do it for 25. And they're like, wow, really? You think I'm special? And you're like, you know what? You know, I'd never do this, but for you, we'll say 20%, right? And then you sign it and go for 50. Yeah, I think Blinn would like it too. People should do at least 50% with how integral you are to Blinn streams. Honest. Clippy gets 99%. You two are cute as hell. Wingmans. I'm Clippy's wingman. I'm like, Clippy is the brains. I'm just the stupid hands, right? That's all I am. Is the stupid hands. Literally never seen a mod like Clippy. Yeah. Yeah. Point to any other mod. No. Unprecedented, right? Unrivaled. Thank you for your subscription. ClippyBot will join your Twitch chat shortly. Okay. The last thing I'll say on this video, and this is a hot take. I appreciate all the work that went into it, and I agree that Iron Mace has been very shitty and needs to be called out for that. But here's the hot take. I think it's bad taste to call out Iron Mace in the video for their questionable monetization practices, and then at the end, launch into a story about dying grandmas, mental health, and a plug for donations and merch sales. I know video production is a job, right? It takes a lot of time. I know from personal experience, thousands of hours I put into video production. And sometimes you need to encourage viewers to give financial support. Yes. But the timing of that at the end of this video didn't feel right to me. But maybe I'm too sensitive to that kind of thing. I don't know. I got halfway, honestly. Right. I watched the whole thing. I couldn't in good faith make a critique about the video unless I watched the whole thing. And I call them socks for hands. It's true. I'm very sensitive when it comes to monetization stuff for content. And the video wrapped up with a lot of Not Like This critiquing Iron Mace for kind of schmarmy monetization practices. And then it was like, both of my grandmas have died. I've had a really hard time. This is a really hard job. Please donate to support me and buy my merch. And from what I saw, the merch just looked like kind of copy paste of community memes. Like it didn't look like stuff that he actually kind of generated. It was just kind of like, it was weird. Sounded like he made some large cuts from the original run, so that could just be poor editing. Yes, fair. Totally. I think he removed the merch store part via YouTube search. I hope so. Well, I mean, from what I saw when the video came out, that was there. Yeah, those life updates should have been an entirely separate video. Where have I been? Yes, I never even thought of that. Yes, Moss. The grandma thing felt more like an explanation of why I wasn't posting, not a plea for sympathy. That's not how I read it. It felt like, at least maybe, like I said, I'm a little more sensitive to that kind of thing. Didn't actually look at the merch because I don't care. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, everyone's going to have a different opinion. For sure. Much more rough stuff. Didn't really see it as a plea. And everyone's got a different perspective on this. And I'm just saying this is my take. The benefit of the doubt. But after Iron Mace continually lets down, it's hard to keep doing it. At least it's only an ask and you still get to watch him, unlike... Yes, totally. Totally. And like I said, different people have different reads, different sensitivities to that kind of messaging. But that was just me. Tell me you're a young person without telling me you're a young person. You got all 4 of your grandparents? You lucky duck. You lucky duck. Okay, cool. I do think it's sad it's in the video. Realistically, I felt like nobody remember this once. Darker hypothetically dies. The negative against I am in the video are pretty brutal if true. I agree. Yeah, I didn't like how he went about it. I didn't like how it was positioned. I felt it was poorly paced. This messaging, the plugging of his own donations and his merch came basically right after kind of them talking about how they spent more time on cosmetics, and it just for me, my sensitivity didn't feel like it was a great place for that messaging in the video. My question is, what other games have such a strong sword and board gameplay? I'm glad you asked. Let's jump into the news yap, shall we? I'm gonna jump ahead because Drail asks a very good question. What other games have such a strong sword and board gameplay? I gotta say, Chivalry 2 is having a moment here in this little community. It's popping off. It's a Melee classic from 2021. It's also my first love in terms of like Melee competitive PvP games. A lot of people in this community are getting into it. Ooh, just drank a glass of kombucha and then a glass of milk. Ew. 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 I'm glad you asked. Love your Shiv stuff. Have you seen any of my Shiv stuff? I used to make like hype videos for my friends, for my friend when we bubbly milk. We played together, but I never really posted anything. It is super satisfying combat, and there's a nice kind of casual progression for like unlocking weapons, grinding for some cosmetics. Shiv is great, but so sweaty. I used to play on Xbox a few years back. It can be, and this is the problem with any game that's been out for more than a few years, right? There's like old crusty dogs in there that are just so experienced at it. Shiv 2 with a gang has been so much fun. So, Drail, to anyone else who is looking for that fix, there will be more pop-up Shiv events. We've had a couple. We had one on Saturday. It was amazing. It was after a V-Rising event. It's just so easy. The game makes it easy to have fun. Also, I never realized this in the past, but if you've got a bunch of friends online, you can only have a party of 4, but if there's other friends that are also playing the game and you all join, you all look for a group at the same time, the servers are so smart, they will find all the friends, even if you're not in a squad of 4, and it'll endeavor to put all the friends together, and then it will even like mix up the teams so that all the friends online can be on the same side. It's amazing. Play with 2 hands, some of the gang, I think, yes. Gonzo's here. Hello all. Hi, Gonzo. How are you? There's pirate servers now. Private. I was like, pirate? What? But what if I want to fight you? You can always manually switch sides. No problem. It's nice to let me carry over the same players between matches. Yes, you just let it ride. R. Thank you. So, look forward to a few more pop-up events. A few more Shiv events, pop-up events going forward. That's going to happen. What else happened that's community-related? We are wrapping up our V-Rising server. We did castle tours on Saturday. We had this amazing PvP arena that Sackboy and Moss made from the ground up. We did some group boss raids. We beat the last game. Bad Artist is here. Bad Artist. For 9 months, we're having a baby Bad Artist. Oh, my mic cuts it out, but I'm trying to do... What's it called? What's that kind of breathing called? Oh, it's like an L word, I think. I almost said, what's it called? Now you're having twins. Imagine the stress. No, there's a certain, like, a style of breath. Lamaze. I almost said lamenting. And I know it's not lamenting, but it's lamaze breathing. Thank you. Lamaz. Oh, lamaze. Lamaze is something you have at Thanksgiving, right? It's like it's like decorative corn. Baby is delayed. Clippy, pull that up. Show me any other mod, right? In the dark and darker scene that can rival Clippy? Not possible. You can't do it. For someone who's so powerfully mid at video games, right? How do I deserve to have a Clippy? How? It doesn't make any sense. It's like... I just think it's such a funny thing. Some people are just born lucky, right? We come to the stream for Clippy. Yeah, Clippy is the one. Clippy's the one. Anyway, the castle tours are so cool. So cool to see what you guys built up. The PvP arena was so good. It was Moss and Sackboy made a better arena map than anything I've seen in Dark and Darker, to be honest. We had group boss raids. We beat the final boss in the game. Never done that before. Clippy's never done that before. There is a big content 1.1 patch out right now for V-Rising. Huge W. We have a community server. It will be live for another 2.5 weeks. So if you're interested in, like, there's even just like as a single player PvE game, V-Rising is worth your time. Found a Clippy on Craigslist. You found a Clippy on Craigslist? Be careful. Try before you buy. Kalingo Restorov wants to have more babies. Wants the community to have more babies and knows that executive promotions is the only viable pathway to babyship. I just hope Iron Mace pulls it around. It's legit the only game I have time for, and I love it so much. I agree. Let's talk more about it, shall we? Let's talk more about it. Great segue. Great segue. News yap. Let's talk about Dad, because we're here. The video is one thing. More child support. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. Diapers are expensive. Let's just put it that way. Dad is on fire, right? Even before this weekend's video dropped, there's an issue, right? Dad is on fire. It used to be this. I remember I was in OnePeg's chat on Thursday or Friday. The before times. It was quaint, right? The before times. I was in OnePeg's chat. We were talking about just the state of the game. And I think I'm not sure, unconfirmed, but someone said SDF was in the chat. Maybe it was SDF's alt account. I don't know. And I posted a Korean message. A message in Korean in OnePeg's chat. And OnePeg was like, Blin, I can't read Korean. What does that say? And I posted the translation, and the translation was, could you please remove the druid character's ability to instantly transform between animal forms? And I realized after I posted that was kind of something that has been stuck in my craw for a long time. But in the context of like the broader issues faced by the game, I realized that even my grievance about a specific individual class balance problem, that's like almost passé, right? So what I say this because there is almost this like hierarchy of issues where it used to be we cared about individual class balance issues, right? For me, it was instant transform. I've always had an issue with Phantomize. I have an issue with rogue DPS. I have an issue with barb stats. Everyone's got their own pet peeve, right? Everyone's got their own pet peeve. In current data, I prefer to fight 3 druids rather than a half-equipped sorcerer, warlock, barbarian. Interesting. Shapeshift mastery does seem to be the root of the druid problems at this point. Yes. Weird seeing Blinn without headphones. Yeah, I want it to be cooler. Past? Passé? But it's true. It's true. It used to be when the game had a semi-solid foundation, we could gripe about individual class balance issues, right? And then larger gameplay issues started to emerge, right? So this is kind of like a last year problem, right? This is kind of like a last year problem. And then this year, larger gameplay issues started to come into play, right? The door meta got super tiring. The open red portals from continuous matchmaking, tiring. You see enough, you grind enough for Demigod, you see enough of that dumbass mob AI, that gets tiring. You play Arena, and the maps get tiring. You have some sort of nuanced exposure to some small part of the melee system, and that gets tiring. Everyone else will have their own thing to add here, right? I remember seeing a Tarkov streamer ditch his large headphones for in-ear ones, and then it turned out they were these 2,000 used boutique ones optimized for spatial audio. Ooh. No, 2,000 USD. That's expensive. Those are expensive in-ear headphones. Dang. I don't think I've ever spent $2,000 my whole life on headphones. I'm tired, boss. Real tired. It's true. Okay. But then this was the thing, right? These were the things. But even these issues are kind of quaint, right? Compared to the existential crisis that the game has experienced in the past, like, few weeks, right? Gutting the gear or gutting gear modifiers without a combat overhaul. So the stat check nature of the game covered for the shallow melee. People didn't really mind that the combat system was basically just because people could build and stat check, and it was more of like a my build versus your build kind of game. There was some skill, right? There is skill, but the stat check simulator did a lot of covering for the shallow ass melee system. When you gut the gear modifiers without an overhaul to combat, then the shallowness of the melee is revealed again, and that's not good, right? Forcing people to play trios without a social quality of life is a big problem. There's no ping system. There's no non-verbal comms that we have in the game. There's no way to meet other people that are looking to do the same kind of raid as you. There's no kind of way to do that. Like, well, I don't think. Like, hey, someone's bossing. Hey, someone's questing. Hey, someone's trying to get some money. Hey, someone is just looking for a good time. Whatever, right? Taking away things people felt like they paid for is a huge problem. Like the PvE, the adventure mode was advertised. Solos has been part of the game forever. When you take that away, that's a bad thing. It's bad. We ask for more dev communication when we get the bathroom channel, which has done more harm than good. I agree. I commend him for trying. It's good to try, but the kitchen was not professional comms. Also, the kitchen, speaking of that, Zio, showing 200,000 people that you forgot what you did 6 months ago is not good, right? When you're the lead dev and you kind of publicly demonstrate the kind of like lack of, I don't know, some abilities that are to be desired, it's not good. You're eviscerating credibility with overexposure. Sometimes right? You don't want to live long enough to be the villain. And there's a lot of overexposure in SDF's bathroom, right? To a kind of manic micromanager true self, it feels like. So, this is kind of me just kind of realizing, wasn't it nice when we were here? When all we worried about was individual class balance issues. And then, into this year, the larger gameplay issues became too large and pervasive to ignore. And I thought this was the problem, but no. The game now is facing existential crisis. An issue that if unresolved will cause the death of the game, I think. It used to be more academic, but it really does feel like the game's in trouble. Not to mention, how TF are these guys gonna manage skill tree or class progression in addition to everything else, right? In addition to all the other existential issues, all these issues, how are we gonna factor in, this stuff? Who's gonna drive this bus? What's gonna happen with new maps? There's just gonna be more issues, more queues. Is there ever gonna be some sort of gathering hall? They said how this was gonna take, the whole season to develop. It's gonna require focus for a whole season to develop a gathering hall, a social space. So that's, there's a monster moveset overhaul that's been kind of like dangled for so long. Are you on Twitch or just YouTube? Just YouTube, my friend. We don't have to worry about them asking for quivers if they can't even play the game in the mode that they want. Yeah. Pirate guns, right? What's going to happen to the game when there's guns in the game, right? And then we have to pay for the gathering halls. I mean, you have to pay to set them up. Ken Kenobi had a really good balanced take. I like watching Ken because despite being named in the video, despite being like hugging the nerve of this game and this game's culture, the guy just remains infinitely calm and measured. And yeah, I think that claps to Ken for his very chill response to this whole situation. I feel like, long story short, people still love the game and will come back, right? There's an amazing amount of patience for some reason. Brands would crawl over glass to get the kind of brand loyalty that the players of this game exhibit for Dad. The SDF picture, LOL. We're all the bus and SDF is drunk driving and won't let us off. People will still love the game and will come back if they manage change. If they are better at this, what's another way of saying this? Maybe work faster? They need to manage change. They need to work faster. They need to add something when taking something away. So adding some combat nuance when taking away the random modifiers would at least manage that change, right? Adding social quality of life when taking away a solo and duo queue is going to help manage that change. Roadmap would be a blessing. What else? Just frocking listen, right? There's it feels like there's so many great ideas, tons of solutions from people who have played the game more than the vast majority of internal staff. There's so much knowledge and wisdom and good ideas in the community. You have to filter a lot of BS, but it's there. And if this guy just frocking listened to some of those ideas, then a lot of these problems would not be problems, right? The last thing, and this is never going to happen, but, or step aside, SDF has said that he's a coder. He's a developer. He wants to focus on a combat system. He wants to focus on a specific problem, a challenge, but he gets pulled into these management roles, these management positions, these management duties. He's got to context switch and check everyone's thing, right? If he could limit his focus, let go of the game direction, probably be better for the game. Probably be better for the game. I know, as a business owner, as someone who owns and runs their own business, it is very hard to fire yourself, right? I am in this position. I have made mistakes with my own clients. I have been very rude to clients. I have probably not taken projects I should have taken. I have actively worked against my own best interests to like score a satisfying jab at somebody, and that's shooting myself in the foot. If I worked somewhere else and I did some of those things, I would be severely reprimanded. I would be a challenge to overcome those hurdles in an annual performance review. But I run my own show, so I do what I want, and it's very difficult for me to fire myself. So that's a privilege of SDF and people in his position. He's not going to fire himself, guys. As much as I would love for him to step aside, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. There's too much ego. There's too much just like, you know, you're at the top of the heap. And why he would step aside to watch a thing that he made, that he conceived, kind of go in a direction he doesn't want. Maybe they'll sell it to somebody. Maybe. The classic, I love doing this. Let's try being a boss. Oh, now I have less time to do what I love doing. Yes. Myself and my wife, we are practitioners. We're doers. We're makers. We make things. That's where we derive a lot of our professional satisfaction. We have resisted growing our business and hiring because we know that as soon as you do that, as soon as you bring on more people, as soon as you get people under the roof, your job as a practitioner is basically over. You are now a manager, and it's a whole other ballgame. Whole different set of skills, whole different set of challenges. Managing people is very different than like working on making solutions, right? So for practitioners at heart, most developers are practitioners, right? Most developers are bad managers, are not people, right? I think that's fair to say. That's a generalization, but it's a broad stroke. But I think a lot of devs are not people, right? Maybe that's not a stretch to say. Anyway, he's never going to step aside. So the best hope here is that he just can limit his focus and actually make good on the thing where he says we're going to let other people start to make more decisions. They made so much money, it'd probably be nice to close the doors and just enjoy it with their families. Yeah. I don't think they're intentionally trying to tank the game. I think SDF is just lost in the sauce right now. I think that's a good take. That's a good take. Okay, so what are games, guys? I think what we're describing, it's kind of interesting to think about this, because what we're experiencing, it's, you know, I've never paid this close attention to a game before. I've never been this invested in one game. I've never seen this whole arc from start to finish, but I imagine this is just like par for the course. There is a natural order to the emergence of something, a game. Tons of people get interested. The game gets bloated, gets enshittified, gets old. People gradually lose interest. There's a long tail drop off, and then that's it. I've never personally experienced, maybe Shiv, but for Chivalry, I kind of bowed out just over the hump, it felt like. I rode the first bit of the wave, but I didn't stick around long enough to see the backside of the thing. But I realize now that similar to other things, styles of music, styles of fashion, styles of cuisine, the birth and death of pockets of some cities, right? There is this like convergence, divergence, convergence flow to things. I'm personally unsettled and a bit sad that the Dark and Darker community is fracturing. And this has been happening since September of last year, right? I have a unique privilege where I get to see a small Discord community of people. And some people allow others to see what games they're playing, right? I get this anecdotal data, and I've seen we built this community on a mutual interest in Dark and Darker. And since September of last year, fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer people have been playing that game, have been interested in that game. And that's been really interesting, very curious for me to observe that as a person who's got kind of a god's eye view of the community. It does feel bad to see the community fracturing. It's mostly negativity from the community nowadays. We all just want the game to succeed. It's true. I feel like this is not new though, is what I'm understanding. I'm unsettled by it. It's sad, but it's not new. It's just the natural order of things. Nothing lasts, right? Entropy is the ultimate truth of the universe, right? Like things fall into decay. Life is inherently unsatisfactory, right? I'm chilling in Valheim right now, just listening to you in the background. That's the idea. It's Monday. We're yapping. It's just there's no rush. We're just yapping. Dad could definitely regain its footing and bring tons of people back together. Yes. But there are also a bunch of new games on the horizon. So let's embrace a period of divergence until we all share a mutual interest in the same game again. Divergence means to go out, to diverge, to split away from one. Convergence means to converge, to come together, to all unify again. So there's a macro pattern of divergence where people are interested in different things, and then one thing seems to stand out and attract and gravitate people to that thing, and people converge on that thing. And then after a while, that thing gets old, people get tired, people move on, and there's another cycle of divergence again. And that's what's going on. So let's embrace this period of divergence and talk about what else is going on in the world of games. What are games? Look at this. Look at this. What are games? While Dad is here in the middle, twisting in the wind, right? Dad doesn't know its head from its ass. It's twisting in the wind. While they sort it out or try to sort it out, what other games are there that we can enjoy? And there are lots. On one side, we've got more of a PvE focus, right? On the other side, we've got more of a PvP focus. So where you see these bubbles kind of indicates if that game is a little more PvE or more PvP. We've got things that are close to Dad, kind of extraction games that are close to Dad. On one side, we've got Exhibition into Darkness. We also have Shadows of Chroma Tower. These are two, from my perspective, excellent PvE-focused games that tap into some of the OG Dad energy, where it's about looting, it's about random modifiers, it's about diving into dungeons and extracting. Chroma is kind of alright. I like it. I also like Exhibition into Darkness. These are two very early games, right? These games are not polished. They are not 2 years in to development, right? But they show promise, and they both have playtests this month, coming up this month. What does blue-brown mean? Is it about the game? No, it's about my interest. I am more personally interested in the blue bubbles than the, like, sandy brown bubbles. Speaking of Valheim, speaking of V Rising, speaking of kind of survival crafting games, I've never played Valheim. I don't think Clippy has ever played Valheim. We are interested. We are interested. I played Expedition and it fell off. I mean, it's super shallow. It's like alpha, right? It's alpha. So these are not games that are going to sustain you for 2,000 hours. They're just interesting games that tap into some of the same Dad energy. Valheim. We are going to get into Valheim sometime this summer. Not sure when, because as you can see, there's a lot of other stuff going on. But it is definitely on the menu, because I know there's a ton of people in this community that love this game. Is too good. Yes, D-Air. When Derry comes out of lurk mode to say a game is good, you better listen up. Yeah, so this is on the list for sure. Other people have been enjoying Elden Ring. This Night Rain patch is out now. I missed the boat on Elden Ring. I don't know. I know the game is good. There aren't enough hours in the day for me to play everything, and I just never made time for Elden Ring. PoE 2, obviously, is still kind of developing, and that full version will release sometime this year. Interested in revisiting. was one-time fleeting thing when it first came out, similar to V-Rising for me. Uh-huh. Something for Swedish games. Expedition, Valheim, Arc Raiders. Yeah. Uh-huh. 33 Immortals. Speaking of Zyozide, Zyozide recommended, or put this on the radar as well. This is like a big, like, 33-person co-op game. Interesting take. Interesting take. 33 Immortals. There's a playtest this summer. So, this is for the PvE side. PvE enjoyers. Uh-huh. PvP focus. We've got Dune Awakening. That game launches, I think, on June the 10th. It doesn't look... I don't know. There's something about it that just... I don't know. I think this is how a lot of people felt about Legacy. For me, Legacy, I never had an issue with how it looked, how it felt. But I know a lot of people do. I think I can understand how people feel about Legacy when I think about how I feel about Dune. There's just something about it that feels floaty, that doesn't look gritty enough. It just doesn't... I don't know. I wish I was more articulate. I could put words to this. BTK, Arc Raiders is going to be big. Yeah. It's like... If I'm being honest, like how I feel about this game is like this, right? It would be unfair to the other games in the list for me to call it out like this, but so many people are just licking their chops. I don't want to lead you astray. It is not confirmed when this game is coming out, but I am optimistic for sometime in June. There'll be some sort of playable version of this game sometime in June, I hope. I hope. Where's Midnight Walkers? Here it is. Here it is, Origami. What else is here? Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. Not to be overlooked. There is... This game will appeal to some people. I'm going to play a bit of it today. I got a bit more grinding to do to get some more stash tab space. This game, at least, is being crafted by passionate individuals. Think what you may about its aesthetic, its combat. At least this game is being built from the ground up by people who care. And so because of that, this game is net positive from my perspective. Mistfall Hunter was also very good. Was definitely more Souls-like. Was definitely grittier than a game like Legacy. They finished a very successful playtest. They extended the playtest. They are looking for a release in 2025. There will be more playtests, I'm sure. I appreciate the devs of Legacy after being tortured by SDF. Yeah, I agree. Arc Raiders needs no introduction, needs no extra pumping, right? Everyone knows this game is coming. Everybody is hyped for this game. Clippy on fire with the links. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to get into some of the games I'm less excited for. Except for Hunger. Hunger I'm excited for. I should have made this bigger. But it's a ways off. Hunger's a ways off. Maybe that's why it's not bigger. No planned early access playtests yet. Sand is a kind of like mobile base building extraction game. It looked interesting. It looked like it had a long way to go. It had a long way to go performance-wise. I saw Ryan 6 days a week play this game for like, I don't know, half an hour, and he was getting like 12 FPS. It was bad. So hopefully, sand similar to Sea of Thieves, but desert. I've never played Sea of Thieves, so I can't speak to that. Awesome concept, needs a lot of work. Come on, Blin, Tarkov is so fun, I promise. No, dude, I'm saving my juice for a gun game I'm actually interested in. And that's Arc Raiders. I'm not going to play Tarkov anytime soon. Not with all this stuff on the horizon. Morgenstern. If you want to see early access gone wrong, I'm going to show you this one. And at the end of the main event, I'm going to show you this. It is horrendous. This is kind of like... people love to hate on Legacy for feeling too early accessy. This bloody game... Ay. This game is like a hot turd. You'll see. Midnight Walkers. I'm not interested or excited about this game, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe they'll polish things up. Maybe Midnight Walkers will There's like, apparently it's set in this kind of like everything skyscraper. I don't know, maybe I have a problem with like games based in reality that pull too much or that take too many kind of poetic liberties. So Midnight Walkers is like a zombie extraction game, and it takes place in this kind of like skyscraper tower in Korea. And I know in Korea, like a lot of businesses are multi-zone, multifunctional, but there's no way you'd ever have a hospital on one floor and then a nightclub on another floor above it, right? Never. Unless, if you can point to a hospital in Korea that has a nightclub right above it, and I'll eat my toque, okay? I'll eat my hat if you do that. But until that happens, I'm gonna take a dump on this game. Whatever. We'll play on this game. We'll meme on this game. It'll be fun, but that's on the radar. You want... I'm not even gonna spend time on this one. Dungeon Booba, Dungeon Jiggle, right? I didn't like some of the direction of the previous Midnight Walkers playtest, and the combat doesn't feel right, but it's possible they can tighten up. Yes, I'm ready to stand corrected. Who here has played Dungeon Stalkers? Ones in chat if you played, and be honest. Ones in chat if you played Dungeon Stalkers. I won't judge you, I promise. No judgment. 0. Clippy didn't proofread his graphic. What did I do? What did I do? Dungeon Stalkers. My bad. My bad. I made a video. I tried so hard on the video. It was like January. It was maybe December for like the wipe before last. And I was like trying to be really helpful, and I included all this like information for new players. And then I was showing how to fight mobs, and I had a title, like a text title for Skeleton Guardsman or something, and I spelled guardsman wrong. And Zyozide took it upon himself to comment my typo, because some people just can't help themselves. Because typos to some people are a cardinal sin. And, you know, maybe this is how Iron Mace feels. You do all this work to make a game, right? You stand up the game, and then you miss the bus. You make some mistakes with just some small parts, and everyone just piles on and jumps on you for like the things that you missed. And this is probably what it feels like to be a game dev. I'm sure is what it is. It's over, bro. The 0 in the graphic kind of looks like part of the background, so understandable. Dang, now I feel bad. It's funny what you remember, right? And that's like a 6-month-old memory. A single YouTube comment calling out a single typo in a video from 6 months ago. Yeah, no, don't worry, you help the algo. Engagement, any kind of engagement helps the algo. I think Dad is a classic case of making a lot of money and losing interest. You think so? You think that they... I read it more like... Do I have a thing of it here? I think I do. Grayson last night was in general chat in the Discord. And so these are screen caps from general chat in the Discord. Of course we do. We have started that several times. We were never prepared or imagined the game to become so big so quickly. If anything, it might have ended up doing more damage than good. Oh. Go back to the VODs in September, October of last year, where my word of choice for this, describing what was happening to Dark and Darker, was catastrophic success. They had too much success. There was too many people that had too much interest in this little alpha game, and they were completely overwhelmed. Victims of their own success. Yes, so a bit of vindication here for those of us who called that. Anyway, I didn't see a lot of ones in chat for Dungeon Stalkers. Good. Don't play this game. It's not good. It's not good. Hope all is well, DT. What's going on? Arkars, are you sleeping better, my friend? Did you get in your machine? Has your machine helped with your sleep? Are you sleeping any better? I hope so. Time. Some sad dad lore time. They aren't a small team though, are they? Once they moved out of the dojo, They said big things to come. That's true. That's true, Charlie. Yeah, it's one thing to actually be like a garage startup, right? Working in a gym. It's like 6 people in a gym. It's another thing when you've got 120 people and you've got like renovated multiple office floors, multiple buildings, whatever it is. It's not good. Oh, I'm sorry, Arcars. Art Raiders Marathon not even mentioned. Yeah, I guess that could have been on the list. I saw Shroud play that for a couple of nights. I didn't mind the art style. I don't know anything about Marathon, like the OG IP. Marathon never made it to the list. So what you're saying is Dungeon Stalkers is next on my list. Hey, if you're into it, no, I don't care what you like. If you're into this, do your thing, man. But all this is to say, we are now in an era of divergence. We didn't know how lucky we were to be in an era of convergence where we all shared at least some tangential interest in the same title, Dark and Darker. But as Dark and Darker twists in the wind, Booba and dungeons, what's not to love? And also those Boobas cast magic spells. So pick your poison, guys. We will be touching in on all of these things. Legacy will be a thing that I continue to track and play out of personal interest because I like the genre. I have respect for the team. And I think there's a lot of really clever, really smartly designed progression crafting systems. I want to see where this game goes. Exhibition into Darkness, I love because it is like hardcore PvE. It feels like old school Diablo 1. You're going into a dark dungeon. You have no idea where you're going. If you don't remember how to get out, you're going to get lost. There's some, I don't know. I say like it's old school. I just feel like it's hardcore in a good way. And I love that it's you and like four of your boys, right? Your squad, and you're all in it together. And then Lyrebird runs down a dark hallway. You know, he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go this way to look for treasure. And then he's like, whoa, there's like zombies now. Everyone, like, help me. Like that's fun to me. Expedition to Darkness is so much fun to play with you and the lads. Yes, 2 hands showing us how magic works. Even 2 hands doesn't know how the magic works. Right? There's a lot here, and I want to see this game come into form. Shadows of Chroma Tower is kind of a shameless rip of the dad inventory random modifier system. And there's also like a stylized veneer that I don't hate. There was a lot here that I liked. And again, the PvE was just great. It felt great to work with a squad together. Oh, Smooth, how are you? Booba Stalkers reignites my interest in casting spells. How's it going, Smooth? Good to see you. Kind of interested in Chroma Tower. Yeah, if the playtests are free, it's worth a look, right? We have Valheim. We're going to get into Valheim. Everyone in the community who's good at this game, you're going to hold my hand. And you're going to walk me through the biomes, and that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Of course, we're going to dump an ungodly amount of time into Arc Raiders whenever it comes around. The hardest difficulties were tough in Chroma. I like it when it's hard. Uh-oh. I like it when it's hard, guys. Badul likes it when it's hard. No, Badul likes it when it's soft. Badul's a nice guy. Come play some Speed Freaks with me sometime. And any Warhammer 40 folks in here, I think I saw. Pause. Chroma Tower just made me aware of things that Dad needs to implement. Yeah. It's almost like they were the shadow pod. Clippy this whole time, as for so long, right? Clippy has seen the game, kind of like has seen me get more frustrated, at least privately, with Dark and Darker. And Clippy would say, do you think that they have a shadow team, a shadow pod at Iron Mace that are just quietly rebuilding the game but better? And I heard Vincent on a stream one night, you know, wish, like, just kind of like try to manifest destiny. Just put it out there. He was like, do you think there is like, there's another team internally that is just remaking the game but better? It feels like Chroma Tower did that. Chroma Tower looked at everything Dad did right and preserved it, and then took it 2 or 3 extra steps in terms of quality of life, in terms of inventory. It's very funny and kind of sad. Shadowpod leaves, Iron Maze sues, and it all begins again. Time is a flat circle. Hard emote when. No. No. It's gross. Well, it's not gross, but I don't want it. Speed Freaks looked good. I don't know what it is. I couldn't get the game working during the first playtest, though. Auto sell, auto sort. Yeah. Cool. Cool. I love the morning yap. Makes my day. Thanks, Blinn. Thanks, Charlie. Time is everything. Time is it. I played Sand with some friends. Wasn't a big fan. What was the PvE like? Tiny Twitch. What kind of things do you fight in the world? What kind of things do you fight in the world with sand? Twisted Metal with orcs, but with your buddies. It's amazing. Twisted Metal. Was that an old PlayStation game where you were like cars that would drive around? Twisted Metal. And then there was a guy named Axel, and he was like a man in like a sphere, and like you rolled around as the guy named Axel, and he was just a man in a sphere. Sweet Tooth the Clown. Yes, Axel. Okay, the last console I had, the last console that I owned and had was a Nintendo 64. I never owned a PlayStation. I never owned an Xbox. I never owned... His arms were wheels. Right. Okay, he wasn't in a sphere. He was like holding the wheels. I see. Old school Micro Machines, if anyone hears of my generation. Damn, Blinn, LOL. Yeah. N64 was the last console that I owned. And I completely fell into my PC and missed the entire universe of everything consoles. Yo, am I late, Dad? Probably. It's cool. Who cares? I had an old EC BOC from my cousin. Blinn, before you stop playing, make a Mega Bis Fighter kit. Oh man, I had PlayStation 1. So many Kino games. Used to go down to the video store to rent a bunch of games. The PS1 was a good time. My friend had a PS1. We beat, oh my god, what's it called? Oh my god. What's the zombie game? The OG zombie game. Raccoon City. Come on. Thank you, Resident Evil. We beat the first Resident Evil. That game, speaking of games that are very difficult, right? Very hardcore. That original Resident Evil felt super hardcore, right? And like bullets mattered. Like every bullet mattered. And everyone's got that friend where like you were so close friends that you could just hang out and like watch each other play games. And I would go to his house, and there was this side basement window so that I didn't need to disturb the whole family going in the front door. We would just crawl, all the friends, like the guy and girlfriends, like everyone in the social group just crawled into the basement through this window. It was kind of our like side door. Anyway, we were so close friends, we would just hang out and we would just watch each other play games. And I remember watching him beat Resident Evil 1, and he got down to the last handgun bullet, and he was like, you know, shooting the final boss with a hand. He has like the shotgun, he had like 3 shells, and he's got the handgun, and then it's like, oh my god, 1 bullet left, and he shot it and it killed the boss. And we thought that the game was so well designed that the final boss wouldn't die unless it was the last round in the gun. But later we realized that wasn't the case. It was just incredibly lucky, which was just super, super cool. Resident Evil 2 remake is exceptional. Final Fantasy 7. Yeah, I love that game. That was awesome. That was awesome. I got a lot of fond memories of the old Final Fantasy games. I'm not sure what Kino means. I kind of have not been picking that up because I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. Resident Evil 1 Remake is the GOAT, though, LOL. Yeah, there's a lot of... You know, like, I had to watch him. I've got a problem. I've got a problem with, like, horror games. I can't... I'm too affected by them. It took me... It's hard to remember now, but when I first started playing Dark and Darker, like, I was afraid of the maps. I was afraid of the game. I would get, like, really bad, like, heart palpitations. I would, like, flex my scalp the whole time I was playing, and I would get these crazy, like, fatigue, like, scalp fatigue sensations because I was just so freaked out by Dad. And then slowly, there was exposure therapy, but it took a lot. It took, like, months of me, like, playing from, like, I don't know, from, like, August to December of 2023. Kino is German for cinema. I see. Excellent, superb, of the highest quality. Originally referred specifically to films. I see. Interesting. Is that why you ended up playing Shield Fighter? Psychological... No, I played Shield Fighter because I came from Chivalry. And Chivalry has a very thoroughly baked and very well-considered melee combat system. And I started playing Dad. I played Rogue because I loved how dark the game was, and I loved how it was basically like a stealth game where it was like the old game Thief, but it was like a PvP version of the game Thief. And I loved that Dad was designed to, like, make your own dark spaces and to, like, move around quietly, right? It was so good. But I didn't like the combat for Rogue. I didn't like that once my opponent knew I was there, all I could kind of do was try to duck or, like, wiggle. Like, it was, you know, I didn't like trying to play on the edge of range. I was more used to, because of Chivalry, being able to, like, be up close and compete up close with counterattacking and blocking and jabbing and kicking and that kind of thing. And so I took my Rogue gameplay and I realized that Shield Fighter was basically the only viable way to have some sort of dialogue, to have some sort of melee counterplay, and I married the two. And I decided to play super sneaky Shield Fighter, because then I could get the stealth aspect of the game that I enjoyed. But once my opponent knew I was there and I launched my surprise attack, I could actually block and stick around, right? Have you seen the 3-player Elden Ring game? I don't know much about it, but it might be the first Souls game I play. Is it the Night Rain? Is it the Elden Ring Night Rain, which is now live? I have seen it. I've never played a Souls game. I never played Dark Souls. I never played Elden Ring. I don't know. What have I been doing, dudes? I'm not a gamer, you know? It's on his list. I just like, you know, I just liked other games. Play Crab Souls. I tried getting into Elden Ring. Crab Souls? Too much TF2. Too much Shiv, I think. Chivalry was my, like, 2021, 2022. And Elden Ring, if I remember, came out around that time. I'd say play the original Elden Ring. Night Rain feels too arcadey and overwhelming. Interesting. They are just the kinds of games I think you would love. Yes. I was also really, really big into the Total War franchise. I played a lot of Total War 3 Kingdoms. I played a lot of Troy Total War. That was also like early Panini stuff for me. I was playing like legendary campaigns of that. I was just like a solo gamer. You would love Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Yes, thank you, Crosshairs. You and Two Hands have both highly recommended. I played KCD 1. I loved it. I loved it. Crab Souls is goated. Guys, thanks for yapping. Thanks for just chilling out. And not, there's no rush here. It's just nice. It's just nice to do this. I appreciate you very much and your time. I'm hesitant to add Crab Souls to the list. Really? Why? I haven't seen anything. I don't know anything about it. How do I cancel my membership, Yakman? How do I cancel my membership? Soapy's stream today was a 4-hour yap fest as well. Love to yap. I just, you know, it's nice to see what you guys think. It's nice. It's nice to talk about games, right? Oh, that's what it was, LOL. Is this the start of the stream or towards the end? Aw, does it feel like it's towards the end? No, we're just getting started. What's on the list today? Let's talk about the list. That's the list. We're kind of at the tail end of the news yap, right? We responded to the video. We talked about that. We talked about some of the issues with Dark and Darker. We talked about how we are entering an era of divergence after a long and cozy era of convergence around Dark and Darker. The community is now looking further afield, and we're just talking about the other games in the landscape. There is a main event. We have a main event today. What's the main event today? Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Does this work? Does that work? Were we on this one the whole time? What's going on here? Weird. This one. Let's talk about the main event. We do have a main event. And what are we aiming to do today? Today, I'm going to play the dad test server. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is at least one time. I'm going to play the test server. I'm going to get my fighter to like level 5. I'm just going to see how that feels. I'm going to go out down into like, you know, I'm going to gear up. I'm going to play around a high roller. And, you know, I'm just going to be a good community member and try the test server. And then I'm going to switch over to Legacy. And I'm going to run some of the high level maps. Because I'm close to getting the materials I need to upgrade my stash, and I'm excited for that. I'm excited to... I've been putting off some of the runs into crypts. Legacy has a really cool crypts map, so I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna show you how bad early access can actually be by booting up some other game. And then we'll take a short break. We've got some Blinter missions that Clippy has cooked up. And then we're going to do the change up. There's going to be 60 minutes with another new or old game that is kind of nothing like the games we play in the early bit of stream. If that's okay. The how do I cancel my membership guy was my first experience with your streams. Well, thankfully, no one else has asked that question since. Not to my knowledge, at least. It was a very funny situation. Even from an outside perspective, it was goofy. Having to level on the test server is so funny. Yeah. We'll talk about that. I wonder if you'll find anyone on the test server. We'll see. I just tried to skip ahead to see the Blinter missions because I forgot this wasn't a VOD for a sec. The change-up is going to be Barony. Ooh. Uh-oh. Should we do it? Should we do it? Thank you for listening to the news yap. That's the list. Main event. It's time for the main event, guys. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. What a big weekend, right? What a bombshell weekend. Barony permadeath run with subs when? I don't know anything about Barony. I'll try it. Of course I'll try it. With subs? What does with subs mean? Like with community members? With subs. I need more information. Your boy blocking. Subscribers. Uh-huh. Now, subscribers on YouTube means a different thing than subscribers on Twitch. Right? With community members, I think, right? Mm-hmm. People bringing that Twitch lingo over to YouTube. Dangerous game. Dangerous game. Board members, you mean. Subway sandwiches. Extra ham on mine, please. Excuse me. I believe I ordered extra ham. Fun fact, if you still have the old GCX torch code, you can redeem it a second time on the test server for a non-ugly torch. People don't like the torches. I've kind of like made a career out of like just embracing the default skins. I've never had a problem. I've never had a problem with the original torch, with the like basic fighter. I'm lucky that way, I guess. I'm lucky. Okay. I'm level 3. I want to get to level 5. I want to do 1 round of high roller. I want to get to level 5. Extra ham. I like the original torch, but the updated torch is kind of ugly. Is that what people mean by torch gate? There's like a theory that they made the default torch skin uglier so that people would buy better torch skins. I really like the purple Twitch torch. Am I looking at the right barony? 2015. First-person roguelike with cooperative play, adventure alone, or gather a party with iconic and unusual RPG classes, etc., etc. I don't like toxic torches. Cold one is okay. Torchgate is real. Okay, how is the game volume here? I don't mind this one. I don't mind it. I just don't care about it. Game volume is a bit quiet. But just because these headphones are not 2,000 USD. Not 2,000 USD. Oh, it's been a second, guys. It's funny how I can just go right back to it being autopilot. It's so funny. Whoops. Hey. Oh, he's running. He's running. Get back here. Okay, I gotta actually watch my HP. The new torch from the last quest looks nice. It's a nice neutral fire color, not the abrasive red with the ominous hum. Torches that make sounds bother me. Yeah, and then torches with ugly light color bother me. They bother me. Is this solos or trios? It's all trios. The only thing on the test server that you can play is trios. That's the test server. I should do a better job of giving you that tour here, because this is for science. We're being a good community member. This is for science. For science! I can't hear anything. I just used the early season white torch. I like how bright it is. Yeah, certain torches definitely feel brighter than others. If you want torches, just play Terraria. I know that game is really good. I've never played it. But a lot of my friends are interested in that game. Okay, what do we got here? Whoa! Perfect ruby. More axes. I'm looking for goodies, though. Be there. You would like Terraria? Yes. We're trying to gear up, because I'm going to go high roller. We're going to see what the loot is like. I have not played Dark and Darker since the loot buff update. What number was that even? When did they buff the loot in high roller? I have not played since they did that. I have not experienced the upgraded loot. I like the purple torch because it stood out so much and I never forgot them after I threw them. Ah, yeah. It's been that long, Blinn. The loot buff is glorious. Yeah. It's funny because historically, they kind of like, they buff loot before they make giant changes to the game, right? I haven't played since the community event, and I don't think I played even really before that. Science stream. We'll go as deep as we can. I'm just trying to loot up so I can get like a bit of a high roller kit. Viking sword will help. Because I want to see what the high roller loot is like. And just see what we're on the test server. We're on the test server. We're testing the game. So far, it feels like the rest of the game. Oh, here's the cemetery. We'll get some decent loot here. So far, except my green pants have no There's no enchantments on my green pants. My pants are not enchanted. Is there another soul in there? I'm not sure. We'll see. Coming from Chivalry, it does feel weird to have full control of my sensitivity when attacking. Playing Chivalry recently makes me appreciate the kind of combat that you get when you turn cap, when you restrict the mouse sensitivity after the swing has been initiated. There's so much kind of like mouse manipulation in this game, and it makes for a lot of really esoteric combat that if you don't know, you're at a disadvantage. Shiv, if you're gonna swing, you're committed to that swing. And it feels like... it feels better. So not having that turn cap is curious. Oh, Banshee killed Gubby. Oh, Gubby. Got an armlet. I'll put the adventure tunic on, sure. We are adventuring after all. It's funny, because I've been playing Dad on and off since Season 1, and out of all the changes in the game, they haven't stopped skeletons from bleeding when hit. Always cracks me up. Yeah, I never really cared about that. It is funny, though. It's just the marrow, right? It's just all the... it's the bone juice coming out. Yeah, bone marrow, exactly. Clippy, exactly. So we will do it to learn the boss. It's probably a lot calmer in this space. You're just trying to do boss things. Skeleton soup. I love a good bone broth. Nice heavy boots. We're getting the kit together, guys. Where is the substats? Exactly. Part of the vision. It's part of the vision. We'll talk about it here in a sec. I'll go down, I'll dump some of this stuff, and we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Finally home! Glad to see some OG Dad streaming. We're being a good community member. We're testing the game on the test server to see if we can get a glimpse of the future state of this game. Ooh, a cape. And there's a lot to talk about. At least there's a few things to talk about. Okay, we've got some goods. We're looking good. Let's go down and stash some of this stuff with the old expressman. Anyone else like eating bone marrow? I really do. I really do. Let's see. Let's put all these things in here. There's a great... I think it's a tapas restaurant. Spanish restaurant in my city that sells this incredible bone marrow tapas dish. I mean, they have all sorts of great stuff like grilled octopus. All these great tapas, but they have this bone marrow dish where it's like these giant femurs that they cut and then they open up and they like blast the bones and the marrow, and it's so salty. I love eating bone marrow. Oh, I love it. I love it. Cachopo? Cachopo. Is that what it's called? It's amazing. Oh. Spanish food is amazing. Toronto is so blessed with just some of the best cuisine from around the world. Some of the best Vietnamese food is here. Really good Mexican food is here. Really good Japanese food is here. I mean, there's a little Italy that is world renowned. No, just said another dish. I see. Okay. So, you'll notice that I've got green pants, I've got a blue top, I've got a blue cape, but there are no random modifiers. I've got this wind locket. I've got this green arming sword. So, the gear is just the gear. right? This means, and I think what this means, let me just pull this up here. I think this is what this means. Again, this is Grayson's comment from general chat on Discord last night, 5:20 a.m. The biggest fuel for RMT and unbalance is random modifiers. I am extremely happy to see them go. The test server isn't the full answer, just the start. If we can make items have clear meaning and purpose with the randomness, I think the game will be in a much better state. So currently, this is a half-baked look at the future of the gear system. I think no modifiers would be very interesting. So what this means is, if you see me as a fighter, if you see this character across the module, you see an armlet, you see riveted gloves, you see heavy boots, you get the sense that my fighter character is stacking strength, right? You know that. There isn't some extra modifiers in here that obscure the build. I'm wearing my build's strengths on my sleeves, right? You can see what I am. Ooh, Bira Ramen? You guys not up and online? Bye? No, you mean still awake at 5:20 a.m. Am I doing something wrong? I honestly do enjoy the simplicity of the gear, but like you said, some more nuance to combat would need to be added. Yes, that is the broader point. If they implement skill trees for customization, I'm so down for it. Also, just by reducing the daft numbers, the difficulty of PvE increases. Yeah, could be interesting. I think they need a new system. Mistfall Hunters had interesting gear with the perk point things. Yes. Oh, I see. Very bad. I see. Anyway, there's other games where if you play them, you can get a sense. I mean, it used to be in the early days of Dark and Darker when you could only bring commons into normals. You could look at somebody and know what they were. The biggest issue that people had with multi-classing, even with the random modifiers, there was still a visual indication of what somebody was, of the strength of someone's build, right? But it sounds like they're trying to reinforce that. They're building into that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can you talk about these features without breaking your NDA? Hi, Red. Yeah. I'm very wary of NDAs. I have to consider NDAs for the work that my wife and I do for our regular business. This is a broken door. Signs of life? I'm not sure. And NDAs can be extremely restricting, extremely punishing. Some NDAs, you're not even allowed to talk about having an NDA. NDAs are very serious things. I don't think I have seen NDAs from other game studios. I have been asked to sign NDAs for other games, other up-and-coming games, and I have declined to do so. I was never asked to sign an NDA for Dark and Darker. I probably would not have, just because I've got a lot of wariness when it comes to those documents, those agreements from my regular day-to-day work. I do not take them lightly. You know, Red, I was sad because we were gearing up for a Soapy tournament. Would you sign a prenup with Dad, though? What's the point of a prenup? A prenuptial is an agreement you sign before getting married to somebody. A nuptial is another word for a marriage. So a prenuptial is an agreement, is a contract you sign with someone before you get married. And typically, this is done to protect the assets of either party in the event that the marriage does not work out. You sign a prenup so that if the marriage doesn't work out and you need to split up, everyone knows how the assets are allocated. This prevents one party from having, quote, unfair access to the resources or assets of another party in the event of a divorce. Because a marriage, you become unified in the eyes of the law, right? In the eyes of the law and the eyes of God, if you believe in such things. You are one flesh. You are one thing. You are one estate. And so, you are put on equal terms. Then if you end the marriage, if you get a divorce, both parties are entitled to an equal share of the estate, right? Why does Blynn know so much about prenups? I don't know. My sister was in a common law relationship. Not married formally, but lives with their partner. And just like, I did some research. I just wanted to know, you know, I just wanted to know. I wanted, just in case anything went wrong, I wanted to be up to speed on common law, and that research led me to reading up on prenups. Ooh, and I shield. Anyway, what would be the point of me signing a prenup with Iron Mace? Probably no point. I don't think I have anything that Iron Mace wants. No, that's not true. That's not true. I have a damn good set of friends in this community. I feel like you don't watch what people say, you watch what people do. And the things that people do, actions, I think that was actually in, Not Like This is video, right? Actions speak louder than words. And what was an action that Iron Mace took that indicates that we maybe have something here that they are interested in? We had an event called a drum huck where we all got together, we Q-sniped each other, and we threw drums in the pyramid module of the ice map. And we had to bend the rules to do that. We had to Q-snipe to get in the same lobby. That was not an official game mode, right? Made a video, posted the video of the drum huck. Iron Mace officially tweeted out that video. It's like, hey, while you're waiting for the next hotfix update, check out this video by your boy Blynn. And they pushed it from the official Iron Mace Twitter. He can paint his thoughts too. I'm a permanent lurker and most of the time just watch your VODs. But I have to say you're very well spoken, Blynn. Thank you. I envy your ability to portray your thoughts, sir. Thank you very much. Actual Pluto out there on the outskirts of the orbit of the solar system, just dipping in. Oh, I'm not familiar with the painting. Oh, we also do some digital painting as well. The odd times. If you check every 10th VOD for the board meeting, it's a bit of an art stream, and we do actually some digital painting. It's a thing that we do. Wait, you're on the test server. How's that going? It's true. Leonardo da Vinci. I wish. I'm not left-handed. Anyway, what was I saying? What was I saying? Totally lost the plot. That I would have a prenup with Iron Mace to make it so they could not take this community in the event of a divorce. Because there's clearly something that we have here that we can tell by their actions that they want to see. You were talking about the drum huck retweet. Yes. They tweeted the video. They tweeted the video. Even though we were breaking the rules, right? Even though we were doing something we were not supposed to be doing, they tweeted that video. They sanctioned that video in an official capacity. Which makes me curious. They want the fingerless gloves in the divorce. Little do they know they could just buy their own packs, right? No, they think there's some sort of like, there's some sort of cachet in the used ones. Dad is all the friends we made along the way. Red knows, guys. Red's a knower. Lynn's drum huck video. That was an event for the ages. Guys, it doesn't get any better than that. You can tell that we were becoming dissatisfied with the main game because when you're forced to try to make your own fun like that, it means the game, there are shortcomings, right? There are shortcomings. Drum shucking was awesome. Was it Bad Artist's idea? It was. Bad Artist, I think, gets credit for the idea for both the Drumhuck and the Crystal Sword event. You have to give credit where credit is due. You have to honor those that have the vision, right? It takes execution. It takes a community who cares enough about the about the community to show up. But you need the idea. Hi, Swifty. Only get to see Blinn on the weekends. Aw. Maybe now he's the not so bad artist. How are you, Swift Crepe? Today is a... Is it... What is it? Is it... It's Tuesday morning for you, Swift? I think so. I think I've got enough for a high roller. I'm not sure why, but AliExpress is recommending plate gauntlets and priest vestments to me. Just buy them. You never know when you're gonna need a set of plate gauntlets for the coming apocalypse, right? Plate gauntlets would go hard in the apocalypse. Imagine. Level 8. Okay. We have achieved the goal of reaching level 5. Let's gear up for a high roller run. At a rave? And no. Plate gauntlets? Sure. An armlet at a bloody rave? Are you insane? Are you insane? Yeah, I want a tiny sauna. I want a tiny sauna for my head when I'm at the underground warehouse dance party, right? Put some ice in there. Okay, okay. Put some of those, get one of those like, remember those like crappy frozen eye masks you could get for like migraines? You get a couple of those, put them in the armlet. Blinn, just based on looks, what's your favorite fighter helm? I bounce around. But my first love is the Crusader helm for sure. First love is Crusader helm. It's definitely not this one, right? It's definitely not this one. Oh. It's funny because the sallet with the skeleton skin looks so good. But the sallet with the human skin, the human man skin, looks the opposite of good. Looks the opposite. Even the open sallet looks slightly better than this one, in my opinion. Anyway, we're going high roller. We're going to see what the heck kind of loot we can find in high roller. I should get a crossbow. Let's sell. And let's also do our expressman. Not going to sell my gems, because I can probably gem things. Oh, wait, no. How do gems work? I can't. There's no modifiers to adjust. I can't gem anything. This is weird. I mean, okay, I've been trying to like hold off on too much negative stuff about the test server, but bloody hell, guys, like if you want people to play the thing, start us off at level 20. Put like 2,000 gold in the bank, or like just take an extra second to think about the experience of the people playing in this mode. I mean, it's not, I'm not going to dip into how they should incentivize people with cosmetics or bluestone shards or an emote, something to reward spending time. Can you check the player list to see the population? Right? Iron Mace, it's just another indication of short-sighted, bad game design. It can't be hard to give rewards. It can't be hard to incentivize people with something. And they just didn't do it because they're big dummies who don't know what to do. They're big dummies. Anyway, here I am grinding up gold and experience on the test server. Because that's how you get data from people. No reason to test. It's sleepy time for me. Good night, Two Hands. Good luck on the back half of your work trip. Get some work done, buddy. And then when the work is done, have another big Czech beer for me. I do love a Pilsner Urkel. Oh! Right from the source, right from the tap. Get some good sleep, Two Hands. Oh, look at all the love for Two Hands. You guys are so nice. You guys are so nice. We're going in high roller. We're going in. Oh, I love this game. I love this game. I can't... Is there even... There's a goldsmith. There's a goldsmith. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Big dummies. Look at all the gems I have. Might as well accept quests. Yep, good call. It's an excellent call. Might as well do that. And I'm gonna choose maybe more, maybe some dexterity for my mace swinging. I'm hurting for dex. Take the heavy gauntlets, even though they're only green. Goldsmith applied for EI. Oh man, imagine you're so good at goldsmithing and you're gainfully employed and people are coming to you and they got all these fancy gems. And then one day AI takes your job and you're like, dang, I used to have a job. Blinn, don't you have to be level 2? Oh, I do. Okay, quests. I want to play one round of HR. I want to play one round of HR. Well, quest, and then we'll... Man. Oh, man. At least there's an accept all button. Oh. Oh, no. Dang. No, I just sold all my... I just sold all my stuff. The pyramid. I just sold all my stuff. These things we have. Oh, we got gems for days. We got gems for days. We can do it. Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. We need 2 more blue emeralds. Oh my god, the level 20. Blinn has forgotten how... I didn't forget. I'd turn off the game at that realization. Well, luckily... This is half content, right? This is me, Ruins Golem. Maybe we get Cobalt from the Golem, maybe. I'm doing this for us. I'm not doing this for me. This one, we got this one. That's gonna give him my mace though. Let's see. Can I hand select these ones? Quest. Can I hand select like this one and this one? Give me away my Viking swords. But anything for that sweet taste of XP. Pyramid location. For science! It doesn't select stuff you have equipped. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't want to just steamroll ahead there and, I didn't want to just steam ahead. I should also update my text here. Because we've done this. We've done this. I'm gonna say HR. HR. Dad test server HR. That's what we're doing here. Level 10, halfway there. You know, it's gonna... If I go down again... If I go down again... we'll, maybe get there. I need a crossbow? I'm just gonna buy it. Just gonna buy it like a Chad. Turn in your resourcefulness ring to the squire too. It's equipped. Good call. What a snipe. Raven, what a snipe. Very good. 25 more XP. Tower bridge. Man. Man. Maybe it's like... Maybe it's like they actually don't want people testing at this stage. Because there's nothing to test. Maybe it's like they... Maybe it's like they like kind of bowed to some pressure. Maybe it's like they bow to some pressure to actually put the test server back up, but like they're not ready to have anything be tested yet, you know? But it's like here, it's like, hey, like shut them up, like just put something there for them. Nobody wants to play PvE because Charlie and his army have taken over. Oh, I can't go in. Wait. What? Okay, oh, artifact. Okay, good. I can go into normals with anything. The game is perfect blend, no testing needed. Yeah. I remember there's an old Jay Griffia stream title from like months ago where there was like a hotfix. It was like way overdue. It was like 2 weeks late on a hotfix, and his stream title was no hotfix needed, the game is perfect. And the game was far from perfect. I thought it was a very funny title. Very funny title. Do you think any of the streamers named in NotLikeThis video took any money from Iron Mace? I don't doubt that Soma had like a freelance like streamer management business, right? Like that's fine, you know? That's like, maybe there's like a bit of gray area in terms of what you should disclose there, but I don't care. Like, it's a freelance business. But do you think that any streamer got like payouts? It's one thing to get priority access for Twitch drops, because you can make money on that, right? That's basically like getting money, I guess. Flange Mace, our beloved. We found anyone else? No, there's 27 people. I think it's like 17 people in lobby. There was like 11 people in game. I didn't ask. It's like I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, someone died to Banshee. We saw that. I'm getting cooked. I think there was definitely sponsorships. Interesting. What does that mean, sponsorships? What does that mean? Soma double dipped unfairly. Working as a talent agent for talent that play the game you work at, highly sus. Interesting take. Double dipping. Interesting take. Conflict of interest. Unethical in Gonzo's opinion. Some people got paid 100%. I think what you mean is some people definitely got paid instead of like some people got paid 100% of something. I think that's what Maddie means. Going to graveyard as a solo is a bold move. We have nothing to lose. It's not like my gear has any good rolls on it. Some people definitely got paid. Didn't Soda or Poke get paid to play? I think like that's like par for the course, right? Like a game company will sponsor people to play the game, right? We saw that with Legacy. When Legacy launched in Season 0, they very foolishly and kind of artlessly just paid the lore, paid Yami, paid a bunch of dad streamers to make a video about Legacy. And it was just like out of the blue. It was not very well considered. It's not money laundering, it's just paying someone to pay somebody else. But yeah, he literally was their agent. Must have been awkward, as people like Jay really started to speed wobble on the game and not like the game. Like Jay was not happy, is not happy with the game, but he wore it on his face, right? Like it was like, and like understand, like man, I have a moderate amount of exposure to this game, and I can barely stand it. I could barely stand it. If I had to stream this game every day for 8 hours a day, I would lose my fucking mind. I have no idea. Wizard player moment. Especially for classes. Like, if I had to try to take Shield Fighter seriously and compete and have an audience of people that expected me to do well, instead of people that are just chill and get to, like, watch me do whatever, lose my mind. I don't care about boots. I can't believe we're farming up in the test server. Soma lost interest before Jay, though, I feel. Interesting. I felt like they were treating it like a job sometimes. There's not much you can do. Right, I forgot that Soma... I guess I didn't pay that close of attention to Soma. I didn't pay that close of attention to him. I was more interested in Jay's gameplay. Like, I never saw Soma play the game. And I had a tangential interest in the podcast. I would watch the podcast when there was a guest I was interested in, but I didn't need to spend even more of my time thinking about the ways the game sucked. Between playing the game and making videos and streaming myself, right? Hey, Landry's here. Guys, Landry's here. Landry's back from his honeymoon. Landry's a freshly married man. Another Armit? How are you, Landry? How was the honeymoon? We haven't spoken since then. I hope it was good. I gotta get out of this module. Should probably kill the Wraith for XP. What the? We are curious. Landry's job was to plan the menu. Landry's honeymoon was like a lovely sounding time away at a cabin. But, as we all know, when you're at a lovely cabin, sometimes food is a question mark. And his job was to sort out the food. Weird, my headphones make me think I can hear other footsteps, but it's just me. Nice. Oh man, a PvE adventure on the test server. The honeymoon was good. We ate out a good bit, so we had a lot left over. Nice. It also rained most of the time, so we didn't do as much hiking and adventuring as we'd hoped. That's okay, there's more time to stay indoors, if you know what I mean. A rainy honeymoon isn't such a bad thing, because there's lots of indoor activities. Maddie knows. Bro, how are you gonna have locked chests on the test server? It's because they don't care. They just put it up. They don't think about it. Anywho, that's funny. The birds and the bees. Gotta grind levels too. You gotta make all the stream viewers watch you grind levels. No, we're just here for science. We're doing it together. It's just a nice backdrop while we talk about the state of the game. I think Soapy today said he's done. Soapy apparently yapped. Clippy filled me in. I woke up late, but Clippy was checking it out. Clippy said that Soapy has said that that's enough. This week we moved into our new apartment. That's awesome. I had a feeling that you'd be busy with such activities. Congratulations, Landry. That's awesome, man. And now you can keep the nest all tidy while Sarah travels for work. Uh-oh, the wraith. Oh, I tried to use the ladder, apparently. Just gotta get rid of this gas station Thanos. Let's get back on that ladder. Get me out of here. No, thank you. Yes, very tidy indeed. Awesome. Soapy said he was done after today and then spent hours talking about other games he could play. That's kind of... We're in a state of divergence, guys. We're in a state of divergence. How the heck do I get out of this module? Get me out of this module. I should kill the Wraith, but I don't want to. I just don't want to. This way? Get me out of here. I keep hearing weird steps, but it's just my own steps in my left headphone. I think it's the heavy boots. I never liked heavy boots. It always sounds like someone else's boots. Heavy boots. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Heavy boots don't sound like my boots. They sound like somebody else's boots. Normally I use a door to get out of the module. Thank you. Thank you, Gonzo. We got Old Tomb. We'll beat up the Old Tomb here. Should be some good XP in the Old Tomb. Housewarming cactus. What the? Too many sour spot hits, I guess. I'm helping. Have you seen anyone? Not yet. I've not seen anyone. I saw someone in the kill feed. Somebody died to the Banshee. It's as close as I've come. Now, it is during the day, and there are a total of roughly 30 people online in the test server. 30 people. 3-0. Yeah. Corius, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I don't care about those. Oh, if you could add one weapon from Shiv to Dark and Darker, what would it be? Any other weapon that can block. For F's sake. I just want to block more. I hate that. It's like, it isn't just longsword. It's like spear can, and Bardiche can, and the bloody flute can. So, like, there's enough weapons that can block that shows that they could make it so that more weapons could block. They just don't. Arming sword, rapier, inexplicable, inexcusable why those weapons can't block. Inexcusable. It grinds my gears. Bring me any other weapon. I play Chivalry for like a week, and I'm reminded of how infinitely fun that game is. Because the combat system is so simple, but so deep. It is... Oh, man. There's like 6 variables, but the combinations and the combos between those variables make for infinite variety. A guitar has 5 strings, okay? And a certain number of permutations per string. But within those permutations, infinite variety. Dark and Darker Melee is an instrument that has 1 string and a certain number of permutations for that 1 string. You give this instrument 2 more strings, and the depth increases 6 strings. You can have a 5-string guitar? My bad, 6 strings. You can have 5 strings? My bad. I was so adamant that the guitar had 5 strings. Different instruments have different number of strings, but still, even a 6-string guitar. A bass has 4 strings, right? Footsteps. Footsteps. I'm hurt. Footsteps. Onions have layers. I'm gonna heal. They heard that for sure. My torch is obviously there. A pavis in the doorway? Oh, he's in the door. Uh-oh. We traded him. Okay, Sans. He probably wanted to be chill. There's something about him having the pavis in the doorway. What the? What the? What? What? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got a couple of blocks off on him. Juiced. Totally juiced. Like, he had to have found those things, right? Poor guy. Who? Sans? Wait, this lobby is mixed. This is a mixed lobby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe a dev. The poor guy had uniques. The poor guy had uniques. He just had a halberd. Man. We're going to high roller, dudes. We're going. I guess I got enough headshots on him, and I blocked enough. Papyrus? 'Twas I! No, Origami! No. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. How'd you get all this stuff? How did you get these things? How? Oh, I have no time. I have no time. I have 0 time. Halberd is tough. I might lose it all right here. I might lose it all right here. HR Warlord. I see. I see. At least you can get your Hound Skull back now, LOL. GG, brother man. Total value of looted items. First sip. The first cut. Kill an enemy player for the first time. Oh, I have backup gear, Lamau. Can we trade? Can I become a trader? I need to be level 20. I'm gonna save you your Hound Skull at least, Origami. Save your Hound Skull at least. Poor guy. I'm not gonna get there, guys. I'm not gonna get there. I normally like to follow through on my commitment for the main event. But I think we know what's in store for us. Can't you just queue together as its trios? Yeah, we could, but I think I'm gonna stop playing. I'm just gonna hold on to Origami's stuff for him. I'm just gonna hold it for a little bit. What does Grayson say? What does Grayson say? One more time for anyone who missed it. The biggest fuel for RMT and unbalance is random modifiers. I am extremely happy to see them go. The test server isn't the full answer, just the start. If we can make items have clear meaning and purpose with the randomness, I think the game will be in a much better state. Not my test server, Biss. How does Tarkov work? If you find, like, you just find better suppressors, you find better ammo, but like the gun stocks or like the grips or whatever, they don't have random spans, do they? They don't have random modifiers? It's always the same thing? Buy on flea market. They are set. Right. So, I don't know. Maybe that's where gemming comes in, right? Like, you could have this base gear. You could have this base gear that has no random modifiers, and then you restrict the kinds of modifiers you can put on gear through gemming. And that's at least more controllable and balanceable. A weapon part is a weapon part. It doesn't have modifiers. Right. But you're right. I don't know. I feel like they rushed up the test server to show they were doing something. And, you know, credit where it's due. Like, it's here. The test server is here, and there are no modifiers on this. But Grayson says that it's not the full picture yet. 4K hours here, says Charlie. As soon as modifiers are gone, I'm gone. Same with solos. Realistically, the ceiling is lower in Tarkov. A base kit gun can kill a juiced player if you head eyes them. Right. In my opinion, says also Charlie, if they remove modifiers, they need to add an absolute bunch of perks for build diversity. Yes, like buff duration perks, damage perks, speed perks. Ah, a lot of options, so we still get build diversity. But you're limited in the number of skills and perks you can choose, right? That's interesting. That's interesting. 3 attunement slots and Dungeons and Dragons, magic items, artifact-like effects could be cool too. Interesting. The ability to play around with your stats and mechanics like cooldowns is one of the major things that set this game apart from other games. In Tarkov, you can 1v3, 1v4 in this game. It's pretty much a no-go. They need to rework... They need to work on that skill tree if they want to limit gear. Yeah. I'm with Charlie, says Crosshairs. Yeah, it's true. Spend the game's life letting players get used to and love the game loop, which crucially is all about finding upgrades. Yeah, you go back in just to find that slightly better roll on a pair of gloves, especially with Arena. I would not have learned High Roller. I would not have learned Inferno if I wasn't attracted to the idea of getting the best possible unlosable kit for Arena. It made me want to learn the game and play the game. And then Arena sucked. The modules suck. The mobs suck. The class stacking sucks. Arena, for a thing that they touted as a major pillar of the game, has sucked in perpetuity, basically, since its launch, right? So, it's so funny how the allure of that, the promise, the imagination of Arena was enough to get me into Inferno, to learn the game, but then it just didn't hold my interest. I couldn't do it. The combat system is not deep enough for sustained exposure to, like, just the same... Like, combat in the dungeon at least was diluted, and all the frustrating things that we experience as shield fighters was diluted because you weren't fighting people back to back to back to back to back, like in a full, like, 6-hour Arena session. And compared to Chivalry, the combat in this game is a joke. And so I didn't stick around in Arena. I do like Arena at the moment. It's broken but fun to improve PvP skills. Yes, absolutely. For those who are looking to master the techniques specific to your class, or just to movement, combat movement in general, I totally understand, like, the appeal of that. But I think I had already spent enough time in Raid. By the time Arena came around, I had already spent enough time in Raid in PvP situations for me to have, like, that foundation. Yeah, I feel like the devs were thinking along the lines of something must be done, this is something, so we will do it. Yes. It is, I guess, better than nothing, right, to have this. But, as Grayson says, it's not the full picture yet, so I will reserve ultimate judgment. so many people love this game. And so many people, like, have pressed pause on the game that will come right on back as soon as there's any whiff of the thing moving in the right direction. It will not take more than a breeze, more than a warm breeze, and people are back. And like, that's hopeful, Iron Mace. All you gotta do is do a couple more of the right things, and your game won't die. Anyway, bathroom break, and then we're gonna mix it up with some Legacy Crypt runs. I refuse to let it go. I love this game so much. It's got a very curious hold on a lot of people. Some people were able, you know, like Yakman was able to break up with this game. Corius took a big long break. Two Hands has broken up with the game a couple times. Different people. It depends where you are. How many hours do you have, Charlie? How many hours? Played for 2 wipes, been on a break for a year, but keeping my finger in the wind. Yeah, totally. Movement god. I'm gonna break for the washroom right as soon as Charlie tells me how many hours he has. Hi, Razzle. How are you? Oh, wow, Charlie. That's great. I will not. I hold the line forever. 3,300 hours here. Charlie at 2,500 hours. I'm with Charlie, but again, I have 500. Break is good. When Bling gives the thumbs up, then I'll be back. Hold on, I'm getting messages from Soapy now. Poor chap doesn't seem too happy with me because I've called for clarification on NDA. Uh-oh. Oh, other Charlie. My bad. 1,800 hours here. Barely been playing, Dad. Yes, Maddie. Maddie hit it hard early on. And then, yeah. Has kind of like, has had a foot in the game for the last few months. Okay, bathroom break, BRB. BRB, dudes. BRB. I realized I've got the same burger footage there for a while. I gotta mix that up. Okay. You wanna see how bad? You wanna see how bad EA can be? Sometimes you don't know what you got until you see how bad it can be. Right? Let's do that. Quick experiment. Put the tavern on for a sec. Quick experiment. Any burger footage is good footage. Do I have one here? No. Okay. Test server, thank you. Are you ready, dudes? Oh, Grillcraft. How are you? You wouldn't believe what's going on behind the scenes. I feel like that is just... That's some tantalizing nuggets you're dropping. Let's see how bad it can get, guys. I'm gonna pause the music. Let's see how bad it can get. Are you ready? Something's weird with my... Here we go. This was on the list of early access games that you can play, open betas, playtests, etc. Sometimes you have no idea how bad a game can be until you see how bad games are. Look at this, guys. This is a, what is this? A PvPvE open beta playtest until June 6th. Look at this big-headed idiot. Look at this guy's eyes. He has the eyes of a child. Theratritus. This is my kind of game. Blassus Blackus? Deltev Dwarfus. Hector Hexus? Oh my god. Oh, what is the thing? How do you do it? What are these things? Oh. Is this Impact? Is this Myriad? Oh my goodness. What? This is either like Tahoma or like... Okay, sorry, there's a bit of a design geek, design nerd. But any game that uses system fonts like Impact in Myriad or whatever. Lato? How do I unsubscribe? Go back to the one in white again. Who? Theratritus? Deltev Dwarfus? Deltev is a quite older German name, like 60s old. Morgan. What was this game called again? Morgenstern. Does that mean Morning Star? This is Morgenstern, Loose Gamer. This is to show how bad it can be. This is to show how bad early access can be. Internet search, no sessions. Might have to start my own session. Options, how to play. Ooh, look, prepare and gear up. Find companions or embark alone. Fight. Earn reputation and loot. Die and lose loot. Enter the dungeon if you feel strong enough. Extract to secure loot. Unlock new areas. Perma upgrades. Okay. Okay. It looks intentionally bad. This is a free open beta. Host game. Session created. Okay. Start session. Oh, mama. Oh. Little upskirt to start. Little upskirt. Here we are. Oh, my frames. Here we go. Morgenstern. Bones. Oh, my mouse sensitivity. Bastard. Wooden shield. We got a sword and shield, guys. Look, we got a block. Area is locked. Okay. Oh, my mouse sensitivity. It's not great. Now imagine if you started as that other character. Uh-huh. Wow, the quality drop is killing your CPU. Give me them. Give me these meth crystals. Give me this blue meth. Oh, is that metal? Is that metal? Do you guys hear that? Goblin. A naked goblin. Got some combos. It's metal. You reached level 2. Guys. Walterus Whitus. Music is already 10 out of 10. Shut up and take my money. Get me in here. Let me in here. I can move it around. Where'd this guy come from? Let me in here. Oh. Gold. I think the music is AI generated. If you go to the Steam page and you play the promo videos, if you go to the Steam page and you play the promo videos, there's like really bad lyrics. And from what I understand about AI generated music, it makes the lyrics, and the lyrics sound like they just gave it, it's like make a metal song about a game called Morgenstern. We're doing it. We're killing these goblins. That doesn't surprise me. Thank you, Clippy. More enemies are incoming. Kill them all. Do my best. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This part isn't so bad. The menu made it seem way worse. Blocking? Blocking works. Blocking works. Ish. Ooh. Whoa, my CPU. Granite? Necro Boy. Kill the Necro Boys. Oh no. They do have an AI generated content disclosure on the Steam page. The floor is so reflective. Yes, I agree. No shadows. Yes. Oh, I can sprint. Oh, did I die? Aww. Okay. We are dead. Deltiv Dwarfus. Thera Tritus. Well, we have to, right? Play. Post game. Play. Play. Post game. Session created. I can't spin them around. Start session. Otto Ozempicus. What? Oh no, she doesn't even have shoes on. The poor thing. I can punch. Oh, I have a sickle. A shield. A shield maiden. Guys. Guys. Mateo is such a gooner. What is this game? Give me that meth. Give me that meth. Oh my god. Here we go. Get that metal. No heavy attack. It's all these gooners. It's all these gooners. He's pretty good with a sickle. Pretty good with a sickle. Any abilities? Alt? Oops, that was Windows key. Alt? Oh, I did a little electric dash. Guys, this game's got electric dash. Oh no. If I saw her running, if I saw her be running towards, yeah. Running toward her too, I see. Electric dash. Nope, Windows key. Electric dash. Electric dash. No, I got hit. Something. It's weird. Kill them all. Press tab. Max health boost. Uh-oh. Major Gooner incoming. Major Gooner. Blocking. Works. Oops. Couldn't interrupt. Waiting for the end of the combo. He's blocking me. I'm blocking him. No dash. Electric dash. Yep. More damage in. Who is this guy? Flesh Demon. He's gooning. He's gooning. Wait, is that... Hey, is that the Skeleton Champion shield? Is this the same shield that the Skeleton Champion has in Dark and Darker? Real talk, for a second. Real talk. Is that the same shield the Skeleton Champion has in Dark and Darker? Electric dash. No, Windows key. Electric dash. Oh my god. Is it? We're not leaving here until one of you tells me. Babe, give me another chance. Yeah. If you break up with me, I'm gonna kill myself. If you break up with me, I'm gonna kill myself. It is! Never meet your hero, same shield. I called it. I called it. The metal kills me. I don't mind metal. I don't mind it. I used to play in a metal band. I'm a drummer. Double kick, I was pretty good. Could play pretty fast. It is the same shield. I was gonna judge the game based on mechanics, but they really need to put a little more work in before pulling this edit for a test. Electric dash. Electric dash. You can just dash as many times as my little heart desires. More enemies. You are lucky. Crit hit chance. Uh-oh. Mad Goblin. Mad Goblin. Electric dash. Random blind lore coming out of nowhere. I've said it before. Ooh, look, there's art. This guy's doing weird push-ups. Who's this? Who's this one? Who's this? Demon. Just a demon. I got lucky. It was a crit. I got lucky. He's got no HP. All he wants to do is run at me. All dead, you are a hero. Gates are open. Look at all of this stuff. Resources. Beta note. You can press T to open settings. I have no HP. Mad Goblin, brother of the Mind Goblins. Gooner Squad, guys. Look at the, it just cancels out of your animation for winding up for the heavy. She's a baseball player. This is totally a baseball, this model, everything about this drives me nuts. Everything about it makes me go insane. Big hit, big hit, big hit. Oh yeah. Big hit. Oh, they're in front of me. There's a little wolf. Did I die? No, I died. No, you are dead. Better luck next time. Baseball, huh? Like, oh, honestly, as offensive as this is, it's this guy's friggin' face that is more offensive to me. I hate how big the heads are. We have to do it. We have to do it. Dwarfus. Dwarfus. This is the last time I'm ever playing this game. Get ready. This is to show you how bad it can be, guys. It's to show you how bad it can be. System fonts. Dwarf skin before dad. Oh no. Sir Lansome. Castle Glowenstein? What was that? Castle Glowenstein. Health orb. Look at the... It's so bad. Castle Glowenstein. Give me that sickle. Give me that shield. Batter's up. There it is. Rock and stone. Dwarf goes hard, actually. Seasonal paid stash tab. Give me the meth. He's like, what are we looking at? No! I need my HP. I need my HP. I need my HP. Thank you. An axe. A cutter axe. Settings? No. I want my inventory? What is this? What is this? Why can I aim that? That seems strange. 2? Ah, here we go. Axe. Cutter axe. Okay. Crook. Crook is feeling confident they can make a better 2D game than this. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Can I electric dash? I can. This guy has electric dash. They all do. They all do. They all have electric dash. Level 2 reached. Tab. Mana boost. Don't want that. Deal frost damage. Yes. Actually, kind of an interesting little loop here, where it's more of a horde game. Karen alarm. Smash the statue to start. Are you reading that correctly? Am I reading that correctly? Sound the Karen alarm. And my axe. We're doing it. We have to, right? We have to. Karen alarm. Kill all medieval Karens. Oh my god, shut up. Shut your mouth. The game is a joke. The game is a meme. The game knows it's a meme. The game knows. Electric dash. Batter's up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, batter's up. Karen's up. Kill all of the medieval Karens. Crazy Karens. Max health boost. Strength increase. Oh, max health boost. It's kind of like a Vampire Survivors game. You could see this actually be done very well. where you go into this dungeon, you go as deep as you want, you farm up for stuff, you extract when you want to dip out. Gimli versus Karens. The game design loop, actually, I get it. I get it. It looks like a piece of my ass, right? It plays like a piece of my ass. But there is like something there in terms of how it's structured. And there is something fun about horde mechanics. Who doesn't want to smash hordes, right? Horde mechanics are fun. It's like kind of Diablo-y, right? Where like Diablo is all about beating up hordes, right? Level 4. And then there's this Vampire Survivors, like you pick up all the XP, right? There is a vision. Wooden axe. Receive a lumberjack wooden axe. Okay. Cutter axe. What am I doing here? 1. What am I doing here? 2. I want to switch my weapon. Okay, I've got cutter axe. Kind of satisfying. No, a wooden axe. What is this? Oh, I can extract. Okay. Okay. So, like, you go far enough, you find, like, extraction crystals, right? I can apparently break these things just by touching them. Okay. But not this thing. Ooh, bastard. Yeah, bastard. Here we go. All things? You can break all things. Metal shield. Extracted the giant green meth crystal. Yeah. You just have to stretch out your nostril. Does it close when I move away? I wonder if I move through to go further, does it close? Now I know what's going on. Now I know. Let's see. I hate the music. It's still open. My bastard absolutely slaps. How about the heavy attack? Heavy bastard? I don't think I waited long enough. Heavy bastard. Oh yeah. Oh, I can move around while I'm charging my heavy attack. Okay, I've reached level 5. Deal frost damage. Max health boost, I think. I love that the stream is still filed under Dark and Darker. Well, I'm certainly not refiling this under Morgenstein or whatever this is. Morgenstern? Project Diablo. What is the name of this game? Morgenstern. Morning Star in German. As I understand it. I can still get out. I've got an exit crystal. Oh, this isn't the test server. Imagine. We got wolves. We got mad goblins. We got necro boys. Yeah, these heavy attacks. Liability versus the little guys. Liability. We just kite the little guys for a bit. Heavy attacks versus the shield boys. The necro boys. Bastard slaps. Oh yeah, bastard slaps. Ooh, that looks dumb. Necro boy. Wizard. Oh, this is a wizard. Don't want to take him for granted. Clippy is just prepared. I is never releasing dwarf class. Never. Mad goblin with a shield. You know what we do? Batters up. We pull out the old free wood. Uh-oh, Cyclops. Uh-oh, look how bad these things look. Big heavy attack. Not staggerable. Ooh, they got a lot of HP. Electric dash. A lot of HP. Gotta use my electric dash. Charge up the old 3 wood here. Bang, cranked. No, nope. Oops. Windows key. Liability. Liability. I really have to move my... I have to rebind that. That is not a good place for my electric dash. We're piecing them up, though. Move speed meta. Kiting meta. Move speed, kiting meta. I could probably block if I wanted to. But no one's here to see me block, right? No one's here to see me block. You're here to see me move faster than my opponents. All dead, you are a hero. Increase strength, obviously. Bro, my Windows key be doing the same thing in every game. Yeah. Okay, the question is, how far do we push this? Because we're making it... Look at the running animation. Little man is on a mission, right? We still have an extraction crystal. right? We still have extraction crystal back here. We'll have line of sight in a second. Where is it? Here. Look. That there in the distance. All dead. I'm too scared to rage quit PoE2 because of hardcore. Uh-huh. Now, guys, we're pushing it. We're almost level 6. So, this game is like if you fell asleep in in Dark and Darker, and you had it. Oh, another crystal. And you had a dream that Vampire Survivors and Diablo 3 and Legacy Steel and Sorcery had a baby. Is that it? Is that it? Well, I guess all there is left to do is extract. Doing the best run with the most cooked model and its peak. Wargle, wargle, wargle. Okay, we made it back. We made it back. Oh, look, there's Samaris. Oh my god, there's a bloody samurai. Oh, there is Auto Ozempicus. I thought you guys were memeing, but no. The game is memeing. The game is a joke. Ooh, we unlocked Uglu Orcus? I mean, host game. Failed to create session. Try again. Play. Host game. The tragedy is that a team of very passionate, very talented people made a game called Legacy Steel and Sorcery. And I should be playing that game right now and giving them kudos for all their hard work. Instead, I am in Castle Glowenstein as Uglu Orcus. And this is how I'm choosing to spend my time. How about the running animation? Not bad. Vampire Survivors and Diablo 3 had a baby, and it was delivered on the dungeon floor of Dark and Darker. Sometimes you just want to have careless fun. This is basically a game jam session. Yes, it's like a weekend project. How about the heavy attack? Yes, out of the park. Out of the park. Hate dogs. I hate dogs. Just kidding, I love dogs. Okay, here we go. Here we go, Necro Boy. Can I block his magic? I can. I'm not comfortable with the name Necro Boy as the name of an enemy in this game. I'm not comfortable with that. Here they come. Here they go. Wizard. Wizard. Demon. You got nothing on me. I would love Blinn to play PoE 2 on stream. Did it already. I played hardcore sight unseen as a monk. Blinn is dying in room 3 because the orc model is not cooked enough. Oh, man. Anything in here? Anything in here? Anything in these empty barrels? There was. Guys, there was things in the empty barrels. Moving on. There was a Karen statue where you summoned angry Karens. This is what I imagined SDF's game would be without Terry. Me when the best strat for dealing with every enemy is strafing and backpedaling. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And that's basically PoE, right? But there's more abilities in PoE. It's less full-on strafing and backpedaling. I could be blocking. I'm blocking now. I'm blocking. It pacifies them. Blocking seems to pacify the enemies. Oh, we have an exit crystal. PoE 2 playlist. Thank you, Clippy. If you want to see me play Path of Exile on hardcore without knowing anything about the game, there might be a couple of late-night drunken ramblings in there, too. There's the playlist. It was fun. That was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Who doesn't love the horde mechanics? Who doesn't love it? I've reached level 4. Let's block this guy. Let's block this guy. Yeah. Oh, he's got a combo. He's got a combo. This is actually the last time I'm going to play this game. This is the last one. More enemies are incoming. Kill them all. We had like a holiday, a Christmas holiday event where we did a 6 brutes event. Block this guy? Oh, yeah. Oh, 8 is combo, though. 8 is combo. Oof. Oh, electric dash. Man. Just like in other games, if you try to block too much, you get slapped. You get slapped. You are dead. Better luck next time. Better luck to you, dear viewer, if you attempt to take this game seriously. Okay, let us try this. Try this. Try this. Try this. Nice. BRB. Oh, wait, change some things around. Get me out of here. Wait, no. What's coming up? Let's see. In case you're wondering, in case you're curious, what's on the horizon for Morgenstern? What's on the horizon? New biomes. New biomes? New biomes. New enemies and improved behaviors, right? They now know how to use the correct cutlery at dinner, right? All new boss fights. UI and UX rework. PvP modes. More weapon archetypes. Dozens of new upgrade options. Performance optimization. Status effects. Friend invites and private sessions. Improved gamepad support. DLSS support. SFX rework and enemy and player voices. New unlockable characters and base classes. Particle effects rework, range weapons, crossbows and bows. Localization, balancing, and balancing. New specials and abilities, and many more. Guys, please wishlist Morgenstern to not miss the release later this year. GG, guys. GG, guys. 1 second. One second. Should we just jump into the change-up? I don't feel like booting up Legacy after that. I don't want to take a game half seriously when we can just casually change up. Intermission. Oh, an intermission time. I need it. I need a break. Okay, dudes. What's on the list? I love Mondays. Our regular Monday programming is as follows. Now, we're not going to vote. I've decided. We do a news yap. We go a bit deeper on a topic. And the topic today was games on the horizon coming up. As Dad twists in the wind, we wanted to give a sense of what else was coming up. We can see that Morgenstern was indeed on the list, but there are other games, especially this month. June is a huge month for games. So that's what we spent our time today on the news yap about. We just had the main event where we checked out the Dad test server. We have to level up to level 20, so I didn't get a chance to play High Roller. RIP. Twist in the wind more like blew away. Sad. Sad but true. And now that we've wrapped up the main event, we're going to have a short break. We're going to listen to some Blintermissions and sip some water. And then we're going to drop into the change-up, which is about 60 minutes with a new or old game. That Half Sword game looks fun. It is fun. Half Sword is a hilarious game. Highly recommend you check out Half Sword if you haven't yet. It's a fun game. So, let us prepare for and enjoy a short intermission, shall we? We'll do the list like this. Should we just... what's the... Yeah, we just do this. Black screen. How about the tavern? How about the tavern with the Blintermission? Sounds good. Okay, I'm going to mute the music. Cool. And let's listen to 2 files prepared for us by Clippy. The first one, oh, interesting. I'll tell you the title name. It's called Korean Office. Did I miss Half Sword? No, I didn't play Half Sword. Tavern and chat put on full screen. Tavern and chat put on full screen. I can make this bigger. If I do this, and I do this, and then I can do this, chat gradient. Just mix it up like that. I can make it taller, but I have like a gradient mask that I use for this, so that'll be tougher. Is this late night session with Blinn? No, this is just our Monday thing. I just started later. I'm excited for Sand. Seems like an absolutely sick game for the short playtest earlier this year. Morgenstern is available here. Hey, it's me on the big screen. You got it. Okay. The Blintermission topic, apparently, the first one here, is called Korean Office. So very topical. And thank you, Clippy, for preparing this for us. Very interesting. Let's see what's up. Welcome to another Blintermission, our quick timeout to rehydrate and let Blinn rest his voice. Today, we're zooming in on Korean office culture. Not to generalize every workplace, because obviously not every studio is the same, but to offer some context that might explain why Korean-made games often feel distinct. These are cultural patterns that shape how teams work, how decisions are made, and how games evolve. South Korea is a deeply hierarchical society, heavily influenced by Confucian values. In the workplace, this shows up through rigid vertical chains of command. Titles matter a lot, as does age. How's the volume? Is the volume okay? I just want to get a read on volume because I got these new small headphones in, so I don't know if it's too loud, too quiet. Volume is good to me. Volume good. Okay, thank you. Perfect, buddy. Confucian. Let's see. Welcome to another Blintermission, our quick timeout to rehydrate and let Blinn rest his voice. Today, we're zooming in on Korean office culture. Not to generalize every workplace, because obviously not every studio is the same, but to offer some context that might explain why Korean-made games often feel distinct. These are cultural patterns that shape how teams work, how decisions are made, and how games evolve. South Korea is a deeply hierarchical society, heavily influenced by Confucian values. In the workplace, this shows up through rigid vertical chains of command. Titles matter a lot, as does age. You'll often address people by their title, plus a respectful suffix, like Lee Derry, Assistant Manager Lee. Deference to your seniors is the norm, and skipping the chain of command can be seen as rude or even insubordinate in more traditional companies. For many Korean men, this hierarchy is further reinforced by mandatory military service, which instills a deep respect for rank that often carries over into office life. This structure means decision-making often flows top-down. A game director's vision might go unchallenged even if there are concerns, and innovation can be slow unless leadership initiates it. But once a direction is set, Korean companies tend to be incredibly agile, executing with impressive speed and focus. There's also the concept of nunchi, a kind of emotional radar. It's the unspoken social awareness that guides group dynamics. Direct confrontation is rare. Feedback tends to be subtle. You're expected to read the room, anticipate what your boss wants, and act accordingly, often without being told, all to preserve kibun, emotional harmony, and help everyone save face. Another hallmark of Korean office life is hosik, the company dinner. These are semi-mandatory social events that blur the line between work and personal life. It's where team bonding happens, where juniors pour drinks for seniors, and where hierarchies loosen just a little after the soju flows. Though younger Koreans are pushing back against the pressure to attend, hosik culture still lingers in many workplaces. Then there's Bali culture, literally hurry. South Korea moves fast. From product rollouts to patch cycles, there's often pressure to deliver quickly and stay ahead of the competition. This urgency helps Korean studios iterate rapidly, but it can also lead to long hours, crunch, and burnout.
Together, these cultural forces create a highly collaborative and often high-pressure development environment. Teams are large, deadlines are tight, and success depends on coordination and endurance. It's no coincidence that studios like Nexon, NCSoft, and Smilegate operate on massive scales, with hundreds or thousands of employees working across interconnected departments. This background doesn't just affect how games are made, it shapes the games themselves. Grind-heavy progression systems, monetization models that reward loyalty, leaderboards, and strict guild hierarchies, these design choices often reflect deeper values. Respect for seniority, commitment to the group, emotional awareness, and long-term perseverance. South Korean developers were also early adopters of the free-to-play model, think MapleStory, which laid the groundwork for how monetization works in many games today. Of course, this isn't a one-size-fits-all situation. Not every Korean studio follows these patterns to the letter, just like not every Western studio is a ping-pong table startup. But when we understand the context, the design choices start to make more sense. So the next time you're climbing a ranked ladder, grinding for feathers, or wondering why a system works in a particular way, remember, game mechanics can be windows into the culture that built them. Now take a sip of water and let's pass the mic back to the real Blinn.
Wow. Ones in chat, if you ever visited an East Asian country, Korea, China, Japan, Thailand, Vietnam. Ones in chat if you've ever visited one of those places. Twos in chat if you've ever lived or worked in one of those places. Has anyone ever lived or worked in Korea, China, Japan? Something like that? Curious. I know a lot of people travel there, right? A lot of people have traveled there. Would you ever consider playing a turn-based game on stream? I have, Litchi. I played War Tales a couple of weeks ago on a Thursday, maybe. That was a turn-based game. That was fun. Zero, I've watched a lot of anime, though, so I'm basically an expert. That's funny. That's funny. It's hard to describe. I lived and worked in Japan for almost 2 years. And in a lot of ways it's the same, like work is work, right? And you have a boss and then there's the boss's boss. But in a lot of ways there was like expectations that were a lot different. It felt a lot different than working in North America. So the mandatory military service, is something that I did not fully appreciate, and how the military plays such a central role in society. Like in Canada, we barely ever, at least like it's a luxury, I suppose, for most civilians to never really think about military or military preparations. It's we've enjoyed a lot of comfort and conveniences in that regard for a long time. But a place like South Korea, which is still, I think it's still like there's some embargo, but they're still like technically at war with North Korea. Like there's a lot, right? So that mandatory military service and that relationship to military hierarchy permeates all of society. Feels like when you're at war, right? When you're at war with an external force, it galvanizes, it solidifies the domestic landscape, right? And I can only imagine how that trickles into office culture, corporate culture. Same in New Zealand, Australia. As a normal citizen, I've hardly seen anything military related. Peacefully ignorant. What a luxury, is it not? What a luxury. Cool. Very interesting topic, Clippy. Thank you very much. This one is called Trial by Combat. Let's see what's up.
Welcome back to another Blintermission, where we set aside the game for a moment and explore the real medieval world that helped shape the stories we play through today. This time, we're turning to a courtroom of a very different kind, one where legal disputes were settled not with evidence or testimony, but with axes, maces, and blood. For centuries, trial by combat was a legitimate means of resolving serious accusations in parts of Europe. It was based on the belief that God would grant victory to the righteous, that divine judgment would manifest through the outcome of the fight. If two parties were locked in dispute and conventional proof was lacking, they might be permitted, or even compelled, to settle it in single combat.
SDF versus some schmuck from Nexon in single combat to see who God thinks is the right one. Imagine. Pre-recorded videos. Yes, the Blinter mission is read by an AI voice that Clippy has trained on streams, so I can stop talking and drink a giant glass of water. And then the script is massaged by Clippy before we spit it out with the AI voice.
One of the most famous examples took place in France in 1386. A knight named Jean de Carouge accused another knight, Jacques Legris, of a grave physical and sexual assault against Carouge's wife, Marguerite.
They made a movie about this. It was called The Duel, I think. Does it feel weird to hear your own AI voice? I don't imagine it as me. So it just I don't sound like this to myself, so it doesn't bother me that much.
There were no direct witnesses, and the evidence was contested. The case made its way to the king's court, and the decision was made to allow a judicial duel. A formal, legally sanctioned combat to the death. What made this trial by combat especially harrowing was that if Carouges lost, his wife Marguerite would be executed for making a false accusation.
Eeh.
It wasn't simply about justice, it was about survival. The duel was held before a massive crowd in Paris with King Charles VI in attendance. Both men fought in full armor, on horseback and then on foot. After a brutal exchange, Carouges struck down Legris and was declared the victor. Marguerite was spared.
Wow.
At the time, the verdict was accepted as God's judgment. But in the centuries since, the case has remained controversial. Some historians believe the accused Legris may have been innocent, making the outcome a reminder that trial by combat offered certainty, but not always truth. Trial by combat wasn't limited to nobility. In the 15th century, a German fencing master named Hans Talhofer compiled a series of combat manuals that detailed how commoners might fight in legal duels.
Oh.
These included weapon techniques, stances, and even special rules for different kinds of opponents. One particularly unusual example shows a legal duel between a man and a woman, a real practice in parts of the Holy Roman Empire. To make it fair, the man was placed in a waist-deep pit with one hand tied behind his back. The woman, unrestrained, was armed with a weighted cloth or stone tied in a sling. This sling allowed her to strike with considerable force, often aiming for the head, as the man was confined and unable to easily grab her. Both were allowed to strike. It sounds absurd, but this method was used in cases involving accusations of domestic wrongdoing, often when no witnesses were available, and both parties...
Can you swing a sack of doorknobs? There was a BBC show called Time. Sean Bean played a guy who went to jail for killing someone as a drunk driver, and he gets hit by like some billiard balls put in a sock. And man, oh man, wife bonks. Yuck. Yuck. Yeah.
Strike with considerable force, often aiming for the head, as the man was confined and unable to easily grab her. Both were allowed to strike. It sounds absurd, but this method was used in cases involving accusations of domestic wrongdoing, often when no witnesses were available, and both parties had the right to challenge the other to a fight. Talhofer's manuscripts include detailed illustrations of these fights, showing just how seriously these rituals were taken, and how codified they had become. Then there is the Combat of the 30, which took place in 1351 during the Breton War of Succession. Two rival factions, the English-aligned Montfortists and the French-aligned Blois faction, agreed to resolve a contested claim not with a siege, but with a battle involving 30 knights on each side.
Oh, wow.
It was intended to be a chivalric contest, fought for honor and national pride.
Wow.
The 30 champions from each side met in a field near Ploermel in Brittany. What began as a formal affair devolved into a deadly melee. Warriors fought on horseback and on foot, with swords, axes, and maces. The fighting was intense and prolonged. When it was over, the Franco-Breton side claimed victory, though both suffered heavy losses. The event was celebrated as a display of knightly virtue and is still remembered in French historical tradition.
Wow.
Trial by combat gradually fell out of favor as legal systems evolved and evidentiary standards improved. Still, it lingered in some places far longer than one might expect. In England, the right to trial by combat was technically never abolished. And in 1818, a man named Abraham Thornton invoked it to challenge a murder accusation. Because the law still allowed it, and no challenger accepted the duel, Thornton went free. Parliament finally abolished the practice the following year. Today, trial by combat survives only in legend and literature. But in the medieval mind, it was as much a test of faith as a test of strength.
Wow.
Not all who stood in the circle were guilty. Not all who left it were innocent. But for a time, a sharpened blade was believed to carry the weight of divine justice. Okay, thanks for listening to another Blintermission. Now back to Blinn.
Wow. Clippy. Classic Abraham move. Claps for Clippy, guys. Those brakes are so nice. I needed it. Let's turn the pause off. Oops. What am I doing here? What's going on? This one. Oh, so nice. Thank you, Clippy. It's easy just to go and go and go and just talk and not drink water. Those brakes are so nice. Deanan. Yeah, Deanan said, at Maddie, if you're still around, during the raid, DayZ raid, I think? After I killed the first person, I yelled, that one's for Mateo. And one of the guys said, who the fuck is Mateo? Hyena Sky, thanks also for becoming an executive. Appreciate that very much. You're already in the Discord, but appreciate the support. Oh my god, Deanan. Mondays, guys. Mondays. What a lovely day. Okay, let's refresh ourselves on the list. Let's see. We'll go back to the small pause list. That was the intermission. So now let's get ready to do the change up for the last like 60 minutes or so of stream. Okay, let's do it. This one, I'm gonna pause music. Here we go. Ooh. Who knows this game? Loop Hero. Who knows it? I want to make sure the music isn't too loud. Loop Hero. Do you guys know it? This, it's good stuff. I know it. I played this game a lot back in, I think, 2002. Check it out. Yeah. 2002. 23 years ago? 2022. I played this game a lot. Made it pretty far. It's a really, really interesting take on a game loop, on a game design. I thought I would include it today for the change-up. Good stuff. Holy cow, I'm rewinding to see Morgenstern. This might be the game of the decade. I'm a big fan. I'm kind of a pixel boomer, I guess you could say. Big fan of the aesthetic here. I think I'm going to start it up. You can choose pixel fonts, but it's kind of harder to read. So I'm going to go, and I don't like the look of the dyslexia fonts. So I'm going to go high-res font. Even though it doesn't look very good, I think it's probably better than the pixel fonts. New game. Should look into Scald. Interesting. Just want to show you the lore, show you the setup. The stars in the sky are going out, one by one. But no one notices it. No one can stop it. I'm racing to the last place where there is still hope. I need to make it before it's too late. The nothingness is pouring in. The sounds of agony will quickly fade. The world will be destroyed. Even the memory of it will be gone. And even if there is absolutely no chance of bringing it all back, there will always be someone who is willing to do the impossible. Aw, all the Hybrens. Yeah. Last played March 2021 here. In a place without space, without time, without memories. Where am I? I can't see anything except this path. My head is killing me. I remember only a skeleton with a staff up in the sky. This darkness was coming from him. Did he destroy everything around here? Just standing here won't do me any good, I guess. So you go between a planning phase and a moving phase. And you see you have like a little character who moves around the loop. And there is a timer, a day progress bar, and at the end of the day, more monsters spawn. A living ball of slime. Quite a nuisance. They disgust anything they can. They digest anything they can. Hey, I remember this creature. Maybe I just need to freshen up my memory and everything will go back to normal. Traveling, fighting, and most other actions are done automatically. The player can't affect them directly. So you can see there's like a little timer bar that goes up. Kind of like old Final Fantasy games, where eventually your character will attack. It's hard to fight with bare hands. I think there is an undigested weapon in the remains of this thing. So now we put gear on our gear slot. I think, remember, there's a grove nearby. Are these even my memories, or do they belong to that slime? And then the way that you play the game is you have these cards, and you put the cards on the loop. And where you put them on the loop is up to you. So you basically build the map as you go. And different monsters spawn in the different tiles that you put down. A forest rat wolf. I was right. Some emotional stress, a few vivid images, and a bit of adrenaline. And I'll forget it all like a bad dream. I mean, I'll remember it all like a bad dream. Damn it. And then you can put down these other tiles for passive bonuses and resources. Good, so there's a mountain over there and a forest over there. The world is almost back. The branches and the stones in my backpack are a sure sign of that. Some of your actions will yield resources that you will need later on, but not right now. But that shouldn't stop you from looking at them right now. So you can check out your backpack, and you've got a stone and a wood in the backpack. I think it's time I get some rest. The game itself is a journey on a looped path. Only you will decide when it's time for the hero to return to the camp. Either you or the fangs and claws of your enemies, of course. You can retreat almost any time, but a special animation will let you know when it's safer to do so. We can see that here. You can return to camp. You can also click and hold to automatically return. So I'll retreat. And we're here back at camp. It's cold and dark. A small fire can solve both of these problems. We build a campfire. And we've beaten the tutorial. So now basically you bounce between the expedition and like a building phase where you can build different stations, different buildings in camp that give you different power-ups. This is what makes it a roguelike, I guess. Well, this is cool. And then you can go back into the expedition and go for another set of loops. This path, everything is wrong, but I remember it looks like a completely different place, and it's empty again. Do my actions have any meaning? Like I have a choice. If I need to give up and cry to save the world, I'm the worst savior of all. Let's do it. So we go around. This is generated every time. And you can see again the moving blue bar is like the action bar. You can pause anytime. Put the shield on. Okay. So as you beat up enemies, you'll get cards. This card is a meadow. and it heals 2 HP at the start of each day. So I can put this out on the fringes of the map to give myself that power up, basically. Then here's a vampire mansion, and I can put that down on the map, and it will spawn, adds vampires to the tiles around it. So depending on where I put this, I could put it here, and it would have a chance to spawn an enemy anywhere that the blue square covers. Or I could put it here, and it restricts or limits the squares where the vampire can spawn, so I'll do that. It's a lot of slimes. Okay, we got a ring, excuse me, some vampirism, and a suit of armor, which increases my max HP. Got another meadow. Put that down. So now there's 2 slimes on this tile, because 2 had spawned here. Ooh, an axe. Good. Some more damage. Wow. Okay, so we have a ton of tiles now. Another vampire mansion. I think I'm good for now. What does the rock say? Plus 3 HP, plus 3 more HP for every adjacent rock or mountain. So if I put this rock here, and then I put this rock here, then I get a bonus because I'm surrounding rocks with more rocks. And then the meadow, I'll stick with the meadows over here. Okay, we'll keep going. So I've got HP up here. No, I got HP here. I have 353 total HP. And then you've got your day meter. So at the end of each day, more enemies spawn. And then I've got this map completion bar. When this map is filled, the boss of this chapter will appear. And what? What the? On the campfire tile. I see. Okay. I've also got a beacon. Plus 40% move speed within its range. Plus 28% attack speed for all units. So if I put this here, I'll get a bonus on these tiles. Interesting. Nice bit crushed bit tunes. I love the music. Music like this. Pixel boomer, like I said. What is this here? A battlefield. Spawns a chest on an adjacent tile each loop. Enemies on the tiles around can become ghosts when they die. More rocks. More meadows. Okay. Okay, so we completed the loop. So that spawns a chest. Ooh, what's this one? Treasury in a mountain. Gives random basic resources after placing it. Must be surrounded when you place it. So if I put it down first, and then I put something around it. Interesting. Okay. Put another rock down. So now there's a chest here. Chest. I have to beat it up. Ooh, nice. Nice armor. Pure damage. The game has true damage, guys. Regen per sec. Cool. Upgrades. Back off, human. Uh-oh. A vampire. Where are your lands? If your farmers need help, I would be glad to offer it. No more lands, no more flock. Only hundreds of years of emptiness. And hundreds of years of hunger. Yikes. Save yourself while you still can. I don't know how long I can keep my head straight. What hundreds of years are you talking about? Your mind is so easy to trick, but you can't trick my hunger. It demands its fill. Every sip, every drop of blood will go to satiate it. I'm too weak, but you can help me, and I will set this crumbled world right. That's right, I'm doing this not just for myself, but for everyone. In the name of the greater good, so be grateful for my hard work and just let me bleed you dry. Yikes! Yikers. No, we got you. Easy. Easy. Vampires often owned our lands, but they kept the peace and helped our settlements prosper. Richard says, Richard Pagel, looks like you have a second ring and you can wear 2. Interesting. But this won't do it all. Now they are just a pale shadow of their former self, both physically and mentally. Apparently, blood of other creatures can't sustain them. He wasn't joking about the hunger. Even the creatures around him were imbued with the power to drain someone else's life. Oh, I see. So they had vampirism. It looks like these extra slots are grayed out. So I can only wear one ring. But there's random modifiers on the gear here. So this ring that I have on gives me vampirism of 9%. So I get 9% of my damage back as health. This one only has 8%, but it also gives me a little more defense. So I'll put that on. And what else we get here? Road Lantern. The Road Lantern it reduces the amount of creatures that can spawn on these tiles. So I kind of put it next to a difficult thing to make it so that we can't get a crazy stack of enemies on certain tiles. Another mountain is here. Another beacon is here. Sure. Maybe down here. Probably unlock higher your level goes. I think so. I love that it's kind of auto. And you kind of like, you set it, it's like a machine that you just press play, pause. None of these items look better than what I'm wearing. So we let that ride. Yeah, the slimes don't give you the good stuff, it seems. But we're progressing. This weapon, same damage. A spider cocoon. We put a spider cocoon somewhere. Maybe that'll spit out spiders. Okay. Road Lantern. Let's really minimize... We don't want other people to fight with the vampires, so I'm going to stack up the lanterns to minimize the total creatures that can go on one tile here. Another mountain for more HP. We're at 491 max HP now. And then we just hit the loop again. So you can do as many loops as you want to. What else do we have here? A cemetery. I put a cemetery down. Again, certain ones you get resources for going through. Another battlefield for another chest, I guess. We'll put it here, maybe. Okay, so let's do one more loop, and then we'll go back to town. So if I click and hold this, get this little icon that says that the next time I get to the camp, I'll be able to go back to home. So let's go. Loop Hero is 75% off right now? Dang. Another cemetery. Another rock. Ooh. I made a big mountain. That gave me a bunch of resources. Scrap metal. Interesting. I need to surround this thing, though, I think. The treasury. I've got these meadows. So I'm surrounding the treasury. And what will that give me? Whoa, a whole bunch of resources. Cards and armor. Max HP, defense, regen per sec. Damage to all. Interesting. So when I put on new armor, the old armor is discarded. So you have to be really choosy when you go to switch things out. Oh, hell. Plus all. You can also lock certain equipment in place so it doesn't get pushed along and eventually discarded. Another road lantern. Let's put one here. Another beacon. I'll put one here, I guess. Okay. 2 spiders here. Nice. Yeah, I can see I'm dealing 4 damage, but I'm healing for 2. That's the vampirism talking. Got another shield, but doesn't look as good. The first 2 are really good, then it gets bad. You talking about the Fast and the Furious? Or the John Wick series? The first John Wick movie is really good. I liked it. Okay, you consider returning to the cozy camp while you're still alive and walking. Good thing the camp is right nearby. Now it's a perfect chance. Retreat. So we come back to the camp. I can't believe it. Hey, everybody. The boy managed to return. Survivors, does this mean I'm not alone anymore? Where did you come from? Is there still a place without darkness? We don't know where we came from. Or we can't remember. These few people are all that's left of our group, I think. You're not sure? We're not sure. We reached that conclusion based on the abandoned luggage and leftover daily rations. Each day we see the signs of other people's presence around us, but as far as we know, they don't exist or never did. It's like we forgot them. Forgot them? Exactly. It's as if people are disappearing every day and we instantly forget they existed. Just like we forgot where we came from, and our families, maybe even ourselves. My name is Yota. I still remember. Everyone else's memories are not much better. That's why I remember so little about myself. Everything is forgotten. But wait, you said I managed to return. That means you remember I was here? Yes, that's why it's so important to us. We saw you leave, but you were gone before we could approach you. Listen, we can't keep wandering in this emptiness anymore. There's a campfire here and enough space for a few sleeping bags, a real luxury. In these dark times, what do you say? Of course you can stay. I'd be very grateful if we could team up. I want to put everything right. I'm only beginning to remember the world as it was before. But there's no point if we do it with without other people. It's too lonely without them. Remember the world? I don't get what you're talking about. I'm too exhausted. But we'll be glad if you could help us. And we'll be glad to help you. Just don't ask us to follow you out there. I don't know how you managed to return, but for us, leaving the group is too dangerous. I will ask no such thing of you. For now, I just want to have a place to return to. A place where I can hear other people's voices. Awesome. We weren't joking about helping you. Here are a few things that survive the cataclysm and don't vanish. Don't become forgotten. Take it. You might need it. So a bunch of materials. So it's really cool. Like, you kind of piece together this town. You get like a field kitchen. And that gives you like a bonus. And you unlock characters. Do you know the difference between a good cook and a bad cook? The food made by the good cook is tastier. What, you're waiting for something more elaborate? Sometimes the truth is very simple. Look, I have a cauldron, a hearth, a couple of knives, a bucket of potatoes, 3 onions, and some ham. Nothing special. Everything is very simple. But give me a few minutes and everyone in this camp will be running to my table, following the tasty smell of a good stew. It sounds good. Anything else I can build? No. The herbalist hut, not quite yet. So let's see. Let's go back to the expedition. What is build? Right, expedition. And then you can choose cards. So this is how you kind of choose what's in your deck. So we'll go again. Maybe we take away the vampire mansion. We go again. So you choose the cards you want to play. The cards you play will kind of direct the resources you get. You can play as a warrior, but there's other classes you can play. You unlock those eventually. Let's start. Shut your mouth, The Matrix 5 is not in development. Shut your mouth. I think we should all play Roblox. I see you play. You're playing Roblox, Fart. I see. There's no way that they're doing Matrix 5. There's no way. Because money. Oh my god, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, we got a Blood Grove. This thing needs to go on the grove itself. Right, we got a ring. Counter. BRB gonna make dinner. No problem. Piece of armor. Max HP. Okay. The music is so good. Okay, we got a mountain for more HP. We'll put it up here. Oh, the music. Grove. Where do I put the grove? Here, maybe? Here. Grove. And then the Blood Grove will go here. Okay. Meadow. Here. Okay. So the mountains give you more max HP. The meadows give you more HP back when the day flips over. Let's put some more mountains down. Okay. Road lantern. I want to limit the total creatures in this little area. Lantern goes down. Cocoon spider. Spider cocoon. Here, maybe? And a beacon. Here. I'm going to turn the music up. Is that okay? Just want a little bit of volume in the music. A cemetery. Put the cemetery up here. Why not? So keep track of this timer. You can see the day timer here goes up as the time runs. More armor, more rings. Pure damage. Max HP is lower. I'll put pure damage on. Another grove. Put that here. I'm going to save my rocks because I want to put my treasury down first before I do the rocks, I think. Calling me to play more Night Rain. Awesome, Razzle. GG, man. Have a good one. See you next time, Razzle. I don't want too many spider cocoons. Maybe we'll do more rocks down. More HP. Okay, so now, because this is on a blood grove, it's whenever these creatures die, they get absorbed into the blood grove. And you'll see why that's good in a sec. Better armor. Ooh, okay. Another road lantern. I'm going to put that over here. So I want to reduce the total number of creatures that spawn in front of this blood grove. I have an Oblivion card, which is very useful. That lets me take one tile off the board. And I like to use this for certain tiles that crop up later on in the match. For now, we'll keep it rolling. No legacy. I decided against it. I played Morgenstern for longer than I was expecting. And there was pretty good joke vibes. I didn't want to go kind of half serious. And so I just went right ahead of the change-up. Better. It's worse max HP, but it's got more defense, more attack speed. We'll put it on. Sure. I got caught up in this silly game of Morgenstern. Okay, one more lamp. This is really good. Let's see if it works. There's 2 rat wolves here. If I put this road lantern here, yes, it prevents the max. That's good. You'll see why. A nice shield. Mountain. More HP. How's my HP? My HP is okay. There's 3 spiders here. Ugh. That's a lot. A beacon. Doesn't really help. I'll put it here, though. Okay, 3 spiders. Ooh. I do decent damage. Nice. Okay. That was not as bad as I was expecting it to be. I want to see if I can go deep here and actually, like... Okay, finally a weapon. Actually get to the boss. So I'm trying my best to play smart. I watched D&D Honor Among Thieves with my GF this weekend. Thought it was a fun movie. It was a fun movie. Ooh, another Oblivion card. Sweet. It was a fun movie. I'm trying not to overextend here. Let's be patient. Not put too many tiles down. It's easy to have it get out of control. And I don't have a lot of vampirism. I want to watch my HP. Okay, is this shield better? It is. That regen per sec is very important right now. Another grove. We'll put it down. Another rock. Right, and when you put 9 of these mountains in a set, they make this other sprite, which gives you a bunch of resources. But then it will start spawning harpies. So we have to watch for that. Let's do another meadow. Ooh, big hits from the skeleton. Oh, he evaded too. Get in. Okay, good. Before we got that last hit. Good loot from skeletons. Damage to all, regen per spec. That's a very nice chest piece. We'll put that on. We need a better weapon. I don't want more spider layers. Spider cocoons. Better shield? I guess? No, we're good. A better weapon, that's nice. So you can re-equip on the fly, which is cool. Okay, that's good. There is a big difference in the level of weapons. Like a big difference. I do the treasury here. I'll do the meadows, sure. Do the meadows. Okay, another loop down. So he's still part of the Blood Grove. And every time we kill someone in range of this Blood Grove, the essence of these enemies goes into this thing, and you'll see what happens in a sec. Oh, so now I've placed enough auxiliary tiles that it spawns a goblin camp. And goblin camps are a pain in the ass, so I save my Oblivion cards to nuke the goblin camp before it becomes a problem. So that's great, I'm on track. Another mountain for more max HP. And a battlefield. Good loot from chests. We'll put this over here. Just again to minimize the number of enemies. Like so. Put another mountain down. Okay. More rocks. More meadows. More rocks and meadows. Let's not do that one just yet. Uh-oh. No, what do you mean no? You want to save the world. You want to ask for help. Our answer is no. Look at this harpy art. How did you... But why no? We see far away. We see deep inside. For a long time there has been an emptiness instead of the sky, but it doesn't stop us from seeing. Whoa. Your saving of the world is one-sided and naive. Each person sees their own way to save the world. That's why no one will ever join you. Fine, I don't fully understand it, but tell me your version. How do you see saving the world? By my progeny and kin. May they live long and be strong. May they join the cycle of life and death. That is life. That is the world. I will kill you and feed your flesh to my starving younglings. And life will go on. And how many lives can your blade prolong as you kill again and again? Yikes. Real talk. Only one. I don't want you to die, and I don't want your children to die of hunger. Please, try to see reason. If my mission succeeds, the harpies can have all the sky and the hunting grounds they need. I can't feed my children with your beautiful words. Farewell. Oh my goodness. Yikers. Oh, she's tough. Ooh, she dropped a good weapon, though. I feel awful. By fixing one evil, I'm causing another. There's no home for harpies except in the highest mountains, but there's no food there. I can't even imagine how they managed to survive if their mountains were cut off from reality. Yikes. Well, she gave me a better sword. Yikes. My HP is not great, but I'm regenning per sec. Better armor? No. We'll let that go. I gotta watch my cards here. Because I don't want... I want to save my Oblivion for the next... What do you call it? Goblin camp. So maybe I'll put these rocks down, make some space. I'll do the meadow. We'll do the treasury. So this treasury, when you build all around it, it gives you a ton of resources, but it also will spawn a gargoyle every 3 days. So it's just like another kind of enemy on the map. Let's do more mountains, more rocks. More HP is not a bad thing. Do another meadow down here. So you can see how you can hold certain cards. Like I'm really trying not to fill up the board with enemy generating tiles. But as I progress on the side, right, the harpy comes from the mountain, the gargoyle comes from the empty treasury, the rat wolves come from the groves, the slimes just spawn randomly, the spiders come from the cocoon, the skeletons spawn in the graveyard. I think I've got a good level of enemies generating. A beacon maybe? Go faster over here, I guess? Cool. Okay, skeleton time. This game has skeletons. Turn it off, I'm too scared now. Soundtrack is so good. I think it's the reason why I was like excited to put it as the change-up today, because I selfishly just love the soundtrack. This is going to be a pain in the butt. I only have half HP. There are 3 spiders here. This spider cocoon is really, really messing with me. It feels like. Ooh, they hurt. What do they give me? Weapons? They give me okay loot. Yikers. Okay, another Oblivion card. I should... Maybe I'm going to use one on the spider cocoon. That's more trouble than it's worth. I'm going to put some more meadows down to get more HP back when the day flips over. Again, this is the day meter here. Up in the top left, the day progress bar. Every time this bar fills up, and it happens fast, more enemies spawn. And the goal is to go through as many loops as you can, gathering materials before enough is enough. Or if you build enough to top out the map completion bar, which is kind of what we're going for. We'll see if we get there. More mountains for more HP. Ooh, another goblin camp. Every time you put down a certain number of these auxiliary tiles, these landscape tiles, I think any tiles, including like anything you put down, you spawn a goblin camp. And they are pains in the ass. I'm not even going to show you what they look like. I'm just going to Oblivion them, because it makes it easier for me to go deeper in the game. Okay, here we go. We got a lot of HP back at the turn of the day because of the meadows. My gear isn't very good. Ooh, it looks like something's happening in the Blood Grove too. So because we have these groves and we put this Blood Grove tile, every time we kill an enemy, it kind of charges up the Blood Grove, a living forest. It preys on wounded occupants of the tiles around it, may spawn something dreadful from their remains. So keep that in mind. Ooh, returned with grilled cheese sandwiches. An excellent choice. Lance, an excellent choice. Okay, better armor. Oh, here it comes. More HP and a counter. Okay. A better ring. Evasion. 17%. Maybe that'll help mitigate some damage. Ooh. We've got a broken longsword. Damage to all. Regen per sec. Yeah, the regen. Let's do it. So you kind of like tweak your build. Ooh, we have a better shield here too, I ignored. Better defense, damage to all, defense. Oh yeah. So like if you are finding that you're lower on HP, you can adjust your build to give you more health regen over time. So right now my regen per sec is 1.8, which is great. But you can go in like full counter, like depending on what gear you get, you can craft your build to layer into a certain strategy or not. A smidge darker. you need the ketchup. If the grilled cheese is a smidge darker, yeah, the ketchup can be a lifesaver. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, let's keep going. I don't like this. I don't like this mob. Okay, at least they're all solos. Put on new gear. No, the new gear I have is not better than what I have on. So these are like level 3 swords. These are level 2 shields. I've already got a level 4 sword. I just got a level 6 shield. We'll put this on. Pure damage 9. 9 true fizz, guys. We'll do that. Okay, here we go. Oh, better armor. Max HP goes up, and vampirism. Yeah, we need HP. We're still behind on our HP. Here's a harpy. Okay, good. Short work there. Okay, this chest spawns from the battlefield. Ooh, level 5 armor. A better sword. Yep. Armor. Attack speed. Interesting. But less max HP, we'll say no thank you. We got a big boy coming. There's a big boy in the grove. Look at this guy. We'll beat this guy. Here comes the big boy. What is he? A flesh golem. He does a lot of damage. Slow attacks. So for guys like this, you want like high evade or high attack speed to try to fit in more attacks between his attacks. Oh yeah. Look at the gear. Level 7 gear. Yep. A way better ring. Pure damage. Damage to all. Evasion. Yep. And a rapier. And a shield. I'm gonna... you know what? Damage to all. I don't see a lot of tiles where I'm letting mobs stack up. So this damage to all is less valuable than pure damage. But I will lock it. Pure damage. Vampirism. Way more damage. Okay, we'll do it. Bist out in Loop Hero. It's true. Now I gotta be careful. As we start adding more tiles, these will be pushed away. I don't see anything here that I want to keep though. I'm happy with my config. So, we'll just let it ride for the time being. No one is going to give me better gear than that flesh golem. So we're farming him up. Another lantern. This is good. Where do we put the lantern? Road lantern can maybe go somewhere. Maybe here. Yeah, around the cemetery maybe. And I feel like we can put a battlefield. Another chest generating battlefield. Maybe here. Okay, what do we got here? A treasury. Okay, and now we can build up around the treasury again. I don't think I want any more groves. I'm happy with this. Another Oblivion card. Very nice. We want to save that for anything giving us trouble. Another level 7 armor here. Max HP is lower damage to all. No. Let's see. Another rock. I'm going to lay off the meadows because it seems like I've got my HP generation going good for the time being. Another mountain. We like that. More HP. Tuna melts? Ooh. We have rock, but no log. Yeah, we don't have the forest tiles yet. After I'm done this session, I'm gonna load my save game. It's a 3-year-old save game. And we'll see how far I made it back in the day. I'm gonna see if I can get the boss here, though. Show you guys what the boss fight looks like. I have not beaten this game, but I really enjoyed it. I got sucked into it for like a good week when I discovered it back in 2022. Another beacon, maybe? Okay. Another beacon, maybe? Might just be a waste. What's a melt? I think you put like... Do you put like a canned tuna meat in the grilled cheese? Is that how it works? I don't think I'm that familiar with a tuna melt. I do enjoy a good mountain, I'll say. Me too. When I lived in Japan, I had a mountain right out my front door. I lived in a rural part. A rural prefecture. And I had a mountain that I looked out at. Here in southern Ontario, in the Toronto area, you're kind of starved for elevation. There's not a lot of... It's very flat here. So it was an absolute treat to have a mountain at the front door in Japan. Another road lantern. Let's be smart about this. We'll put it up here. Here, maybe? Yeah, tuna melt, panini cheese, tuna mayo. Ooh, yeah, and a sandwich. Ah, it's so good. It's such a good idea. I'm so hungry now. Yeah. I hear you. Might be my time to leave work. Yes, Moss. GG, buddy. Ooh, a level 7 shield. More defense. No, I like the pure damage. Check here. Got some level 9 rings, but it's common. Damage to all. 16 is a lot. Sure. What do we get from this chest? We got another level 7 piece of armor. The max HP is not as good. Damage to all evasion. No thanks. I'm gonna unlock this one, I think. Let it go by as well. The flesh golem gives you stuff that's so far ahead that you can kind of go on autopilot otherwise. This one goes down. We'll put another treasury over here. Another treasury here. And then I'm ready if there's another... What do you call it? I can probably do 2 blood grows. No, I don't have the space for it, I don't think. Maybe here. Interesting. Interesting. We'll risk it. We'll risk it. Oh, another lantern. I can do it right here. Excellent. We're really limiting the amount of creatures that can spawn in these grove tiles, which is very good. We'll do another meadow. I want to encourage... another goblin camp to spawn so I can use my other Oblivion card here. Soggy bread should be a crime. French onion soup has a word. Has something to say about that. But I suppose with French onion soup, you already use, like, the crustiest, oldest bread you can find, right? You intentionally make old bread soggy so it becomes edible. Here we go. Now the regular mobs are starting to catch up. Pure damage. Damage to all. Counter 10%. Yeah, we'll put it on. Sure. Okay. Keep going here. Another mountain. Love it. That's gonna cash in this treasury. No, I like my things. We got another loop going. So now there's gonna be a lot of cards coming. So if we're not careful, we're gonna cycle out our Oblivion card. And I wanna hold on to that. Because that Oblivion card is gonna let us erase... Oh, here it is, the Goblin Camp. Good. Get out of here. Nice. Okay, we're doing great. We're doing great. Now we can just kind of let it ride. We'll do one more Flesh Golem. And then we'll get ready to maybe try the boss. Moss is taking care of Lichy. Sometimes, yeah, things fall behind. Level 7 ring. Damage to all. Counter regen per second. You know what? Sure. More mountains, more rocks. Another meadow. Do one more mountain here. More HP, but I'm not going to do this final one. Because if I do this final square, you can't see because it's behind my face. If I do this final square, I really shouldn't have built here. It's going to spawn another gargoyle. And I want to manage the total number of units that are spawning every day. A flesh golem is a grisly assortment of humanoid body parts stitched and bolted together onto a muscled brute imbued with formidable strength. Oh my god. Enemy level 9. So every time you go around a full loop, the enemies get stronger. The loot they drop gets better. We're kind of letting it rip here now. Because I want one more flesh golem. And then, well, as you put more tiles down, you progress the map completion bar. And when this tops out, you fight the boss. So now we got some armor coming in now. Max HP is a lot. Damage to all defense attack per sec. Yes. We've got defense, pure damage, defense and vampirism. Yes. Excellent. Okay, we've got this counter damage to all. No, we're okay. We're good. A helmet, or is that a shield? This is like a skull shield. Yeah, a shield. Ooh, there's a good one. Broken longsword level 9. Good base damage, regen per sec. Yeah, okay, cool. You can tell the difference. There's like common, and then blue is like it's like slightly better, and then yellow is like slightly better, and then orange is like, is it really good? Level 8 ring. Defense, attack speed, counter evasion. I'll just save it. Big shield for defense, interesting. Ooh, girlfriend made chicken marsala. Put that in some hot bread, aka naan. Put that in your mouth and eat it, right? Chimkin marsala. Burb stream, right? Who loves a good burb, guys? Who doesn't love a good burb? WGF. Yeah. Oh, I missed an opportunity for the grilled cheese to say W press. Right? Because you could definitely press a grilled cheese. And when is there a better time to say W press than when someone's talking about a grilled cheese sandwich? More lanterns to control the number of mobs. More mountains for HP. It also ticks us up in the progress here. Still waiting on a flesh golem. Chimkin is too good. The very important Chimkin. Protect the VIC team. W. What does W press mean? Someone who is younger than me is going to have to explain. It just means you did a good thing. It's a good thing. W press. Okay, here we go. Whoa, level 11 armor. Tons of HP. Level 10 scimitar. Oh, the attack speed is huge. Pure damage is huge. Huge weapon. Huge weapon. Give me that flesh golem. As someone who has raised chickens, I do love a good burb. When you raise chickens, you really respect them for what they are, what they do for people. I've always wanted to have a little chicken coop. But alas. Ooh, we just spawned another goblin camp. What does it say? The sound of backstabbing can be heard from miles away. Spawns a goblin on an adjacent tile once per day. Appears for every 10 mountains or rock tiles. So the more you get HP, the more you grind up your HP, you increase the frequency of the goblin camps. Whoa, cheese, pepperoni, bacon, sweet corn, turkey, and ham paninis bis. Ooh, we got a flesh golem. Okay, this may be our last loop. and then we'll try for the boss, okay? Let's see what the flesh golem gives us. We also have to look at our rings and shields here. Damage to all, defense, counter, evasion. Yeah, we'll put that on, sure. Buckler. Defense, attack speed, counter, evasion. I like it. Okay. Flesh golem. Flesh golem time. Look at the damage. We're sneaking it in. We evaded the big damage. That's good. Oh, yeah. Give us that bis. Level 13. Pure damage. Damage to all. Counter vampirism. I like it. I like that one. 12. Max HP. Mid. Regen. Evasion. No, this isn't as good. Level 12 ring. Pure damage. Damage to all. Attack speed. Evasion. I'm gonna do it, I think. There's more pure damage. There's more damage to all. We still got some evasion. The attack speed is so important. We're doing it. It's a random modifier game, guys, is what this is. It's random modifiers. So, as one game removes them, another game here is letting us play with them. If I place down the remainder of these rocks and mountains, the boss will spawn on the cozy camp. It's been a minute since I did this boss fight. We have a ways to go. Let's get there first, and then I'll top it up at the end. I don't want to spawn more enemies before I get there than I have to. We are close. Sounds like Thanksgiving in a sandwich. I would give thanks for that sandwich. Can you imagine? I'm Thanksgiving when I get that sandwich. Yes. Watching the armor come in. Level 12 isn't as good. No. Nice. Going through. Level 13 sword. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. I'm gonna hold on to that one. Ooh, level 13 here too. Dang. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of damage increase there. Regen per second. We'll have to think about that. I'll have to think about it. Stop. Where do these goblins come from? I don't remember remembering you. I don't remember remembering you. I like it. We remembered ourselves. Now give us all your things. Oh. You have no idea what's going on, right? Why don't you help me restore order to this world first? You can do everything you want when I'm done. Goblin must rob. No other order in the world. Fair enough. I guess I don't have a good objection to that. Oh wait, I do have one. How about I fight you? So funny, the goblins. I don't like fighting goblins. Look at, they're piecing me up. Uh-oh. Strange how these creatures appeared here on their own. Maybe it means everything actually not so bad. The world is trying to restore itself. Or even the apocalypse isn't enough to get rid of some pests. Yikes. Shade. Ooh, am I gonna get my HP back, I wonder? It's gonna happen soon. Mountains down. Maybe meadow down. For the day. Regen. Okay, a lot of things coming in here. 11 scimitar. Attack speed 36%. The damage is slightly lower. The regen, pure damage. No, I'm gonna hold what I got. I think if I put down a few more tiles, the boss will spawn. So let's do it. There it is. Yikes. Yikes. Boss music? We got even more tiles to put down. Oh yeah, let's do it. Now that we know we're going for broke, we're putting it down. Beacon. Can I get a beacon in there? I can. Catch up on the one peg and arcane armor reply videos. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that while I eat tonight. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this boss fight. My HP is not looking good. We'll see. Now let's make sure that we can go home after we've done the boss fight here. Pretty sure we can. I'm gonna stay and fight the boss. Here it is. How is it possible? That's right. You didn't devour me like the rest of the world. Haven't I? You really don't think so? What are you talking about? I'm standing right in front of you. I consumed all of your reality. Its every element now rests in a separate pocket dimension. Whoa! Spaces, living beings, information, even memories. They shall remain there until entropy does its work, turning everything into a uniform, static mass. Ah, the heat death of the universe, guys. Along with you, of course. You're insane. So, what do we have here? I see you found a way to interact with other pieces of your reality. Organizing, combining, and merging them. But how? I don't see any exceptional talents or knowledge in you. Shade? You hardly even understand what's happening, right? I'll tell you what's happening. A pile of bones is butchering my world and thinks it can get away with it. You're already doomed and you know it. Perhaps you're just the first in a series of systematic errors. A problem I must learn to solve. Let's not waste any time then. I don't think you're capable of feeling regret, but I'm about to change that. I have no control over this. We just gotta let it go here. Ooh, 200 damage is a lot. Ooh, we evaded. That helps. Time still ticks. I will get a health bonus if the day clicks over. It's not looking good for our hero, though. Ooh, I countered. He's evading me. No. Darn. Died in battle. That's okay, because the game is all about progression. I'm alive, but how? Thanks to us. A small group of us dragged you back here. It wasn't easy. Yikes. How did you fight off all those monsters? They nearly killed me. That's also interesting. Many of them were vanishing right before our eyes. Some we managed to avoid, but I think most of the monsters were gone before we left the camp. I think your trips are deeply connected to your memory, my friend. It all fades away as soon as you space out for long enough. Interesting. So it makes sense I couldn't beat the boss to start there. You really do have to build up these spaces. A herbalist hut, a smithy, a smelter, a farm, a gymnasium. All of these things let you level up your build, level up your character. Is this Sans? Undertale reference? Dude sounds like the architect from The Matrix. Inexorably. The architect unironically uses the word inexorably. I fell in love. I fell in love. Time to go home for real. Okay, GG Moss. Get home, travel safe. Eyes on the road, buddy. Get yourself a grilled cheese sandwich, right? Drive safe. Let me quickly load. Select save slot. From March the 13th, 2022. The save slot is at 5:12 a.m. Classic? Classic. Load. Yeah. Look at camp. Look at camp. It really goes. I played this game a lot, it seems. Where is, like, the cards? Here. Build? Yeah. Wow. I, like, basically got it all. Statistics? Kills. 9,800. I killed almost 3,000 slimes. 40 hours of game time. So that's not a lot. That's, like, you know, a couple of weeks, right? Resurrections 41. Retreats to camp 26. Loops completed 562. There's a lot to this game. You craft things. And then there's your build expedition. Right. There's all these different chapters with different bosses. I never beat chapter 4. I never beat the game. What can you do? There's all these different traits. And you pick different... This game is deep. There's a lot to it. There's all these different cards. There's different classes. Right, you can pick... There's like the warrior, there's like the necromancer, there's another one too. Stream down F. Oh, big F. Very nice. Phew. Beat the game one day on stream, maybe. Yeah, I have to, like, remember. There's a lot of, like, intricate systems. There's a lot of things that play into other things. I have to remember that. But yeah. on the list. I think that if you're looking for a game that is, how do I say, unassumingly dynamic, this game has got a good, like I said, I played it for 40 hours. I really, really, really enjoyed it. It just kind of, I just moved on. I think I got busy with work, and I was playing this game into the wee hours too many times, and I had real work to do, so I stopped playing it, and by the time that work was done, I never picked it back up again. I may reinstall. It is like, it's sweaty, but also really kind of casual. It's like a casual game, passive game. What are they called? What are those like games called? March 2022 sounds like busy work time. Idle games. It's not quite an idle game, but it's kind of like you set it up and then you just kind of guide it as it goes. Idle games. Thank you. AFK games. Thank you. Just a good casual sweat. Totally. For those pixel boomers who love a good 8-bit soundtrack, who don't mind the aesthetic, this is definitely one worth considering. Cool. And that's the change-up, dudes. That's the change-up. Tavern. List? We don't have the list on the tavern. Back to small. The list. Dudes, we did the news yap. We talked about the drama. We talked about the state of the game. We jumped into Dad. We got in the test server. We found Origami. We had to give back the unique hound skull that he had. Poor guy. We didn't have a chance to play Legacy, but we played Morgenstern instead. Just so we never have to play that game again. That was fun. We had 2 lovely Blinter missions. One about Korean office culture. One about trial by combat. We had a change-up where we took a look at Loop Hero. And now, all this talk about grilled cheese sandwiches and tuna melts has made my stomach pains nearly insufferable. Nearly insufferable. I casually sweat all day long. If Loop Hero is 75% off, that's no joke. That's no joke. That's a pretty good discount. It's 2 a.m. and I did not eat the chocolate bar in my drawer. Ask me anything. GG Star. Good one. Guys, another excellent Monday. We are embracing a period of divergence. We built this community because of a shared mutual interest around Dark and Darker. Dark and Darker has been speed wobbling for months. It's never going to fully shake off the core fans, myself included. I'm going to keep my toe in the game for as long as it takes. Until they actually take the servers offline, I will still pay attention to Dark and Darker. But while it speed wobbles, I feel like we have entered a period of divergence again, where interests, people's fascinations, people's time are going in many directions. And so during this period of divergence, we yap more, we hang out more, we try games, we don't take things too seriously. And then again, when some miracle pulls us all together again, the next period of convergence, right? We're gonna all hop in the game again together. We'll play for dividends. Who knows how that's gonna go, right? I'm here for the divergence. Awesome, Bren. I can't wait, buddy. I can't wait. I know Bren doesn't have as much maybe online time as he did in the past, but hopefully it comes again soon. My friend. My old friend. All my friends. All the board members. All the people who make time to hang out on a Monday. We appreciate it very much. We thank you for your time. It's so nice. I imagine ARC will bring everyone together again. I don't want to get my hopes up, but let's just say I'm cautiously optimistic. Let's leave it at that. Tavern time. We're going to pause the music. Whoa. That did it. That did it. We'll put on the goodbye song. Straight goodbye song. Okie dokie. We're all here. We're all ready to eat. Moss. Eyes on the road, Moss. Eyes on the road, Moss. Been a pleasure being here. Thank you, everyone. Loose Gamer, thank you. Good night over there in the UK. Ham Salad, good luck with your work. Bran, good luck with everything. Star, Sir Lansom, Charlie. All the dudes. All the dudes. Maddie. Clippy. We'll say goodbye, guys. Goodbye for now. Have a great night. We'll see you on Thursday. We'll see you in Discord for some casual chivalry, okay? Chivalry soon. Thursday stream. Until then, mwah. Goodbye. Bye.